we're back. Welcome everybody. Thank you for joining the main event here for our virtual march for missing and exploited children. Thank you guys if you're rejoining from the premiere, the pre-virtual march that we were doing there. And welcome to any new folks that are joining us now. Hope everybody's had a chance to get rehydrated and get some food in you in between there. I did myself. It's been a long day already, but keep her going, keep the energy flowing, and fight this good fight for there's over a million kids going missing every year, and as much as people don't want to believe or how incomprehensible that it is, we know they're going somewhere. We know it's for a reason. So apparently a couple people's accounts on TikTok were getting attacked. Some people lost their TikToks trying to post about this. So that's it almost is like it goes to show that we're really putting our thumb on the jugular of an ugly head of society, and somebody doesn't like that. So what ICU, you were saying you'd posted something to do with the march itself, or what was it, an Allie thing, or? And I know Allie's one account, her TikTok account, she had just made a new one and it got shut down right away. And an Allie's Army account, like another follow-up account, was taken down as well. I keep saying, guys, like, this is a spiritual, digital, psychological war. And, as this, I guess we're all getting the front view. I mean, I already know. I've put up with a lot of this stuff over the years, trying to talk about certain things, but now you guys are getting like a front row seat to what it's like trying to talk about certain things and trying to raise awareness. So it's kind of messed up. I hate to hear that, but I mean, it's almost just that's the par for the course, with this kind of thing. And it just shows, though, that we're making waves. Obviously, if it's spilling over into you guys trying to help and just sharing things, like, that's kind of messed up. And I guess, you said it's gone, so it's not like you can really see exactly what it was that you shared or posted. Was it a post or was it a repost? Or I guess you wouldn't really know either way. But I mean, do you usually even post, or because I think, like, for me, I usually just repost, because pretty much anything I try to put on there, here and there, it's done not too bad, but like anytime I comment, so many things I've posted, it ends up getting flagged or blocked or whatever. So I don't really even bother with TikTok that way. I'll repost stuff, but yeah, it's hard. It's getting treacherous out there, but it just means, like I said, we're making waves, right? Like, every drop in the ocean of influence counts, and you don't need to be an influencer to influence great change. It's everybody together, and you either want to be swimming in the ocean for good, or what some other people are doing right now. And, all those flying monkeys coming around, spreading this smear campaign around, like, that's another sign that, we're onto it. We're onto something, or there wouldn't be such backlash. Like, how many different people are out, different survivors that are talking about their story. And, like, Allie's been talking about this for years, right? So why now with the smear campaign? Why now with the backlash and shutting down accounts, right? But obviously, with her having predicted these LA fires, and some of the other things, in the past that she's predicted, it's, gaining momentum. I'm just going to bring up a page here. Oh, maybe I'll bump it down a bit. I've got the Missing and Exploited Kids website. It's also in the description if you guys wanted to go ahead yourselves and do some of your own searching independently as we're talking here, or whichever. But I mean, it's an issue. I guess this is why I wanted to go over here. This is... and this isn't even accurate. It's saying there's 4,000 kids currently missing from the U.S., which we know that's a lot more than that. We know 500,000 go missing every year in the U.S., and it's 1 million worldwide, so obviously it's even more than this. But I figure we'll go through, we can search some of the different regions if you guys want, or we can jump in. I got a couple different videos about the tunnels. We can talk about the fires. We can talk about whatever, as long as we're keeping the focus on the children. That's going to be the main thing here. Or if there's anything that you guys can suggest that you'd like to look into, this is going to be a group project. And because that's just it. We just need to keep showing that we're going to keep our eyes on the prize here, the prime directive, and keep spreading the good word about, I guess it's not a good word with what it's about, but you know what I mean, spreading the word about the good fight. So anyway, sorry guys, the chat's getting away from me, but it's great to see you guys with the shields and with the babies between the shields. I like that. I really like that. Ali is always saying, throw up the shields, show your support. So that's why I was kind of started the shield thing, and then one of you guys, I think it was Carrie, did it first, with the shields and the baby in the middle. I love that. And I think just the more we're pushing and showing our support and showing that we're a united front, like all of that has power, So just you guys being here, just showing that you're here for it, that you're aware, that you're not gonna back down and listen to the misinformation and people trying to distract, right? So I don't know which direction you guys want to go. I guess do you guys want to just jump right in and start doing some searching around different areas? I mean, we could go in and I'll go to California actually. Here, I'll bring it back up. We'll go to California right now and see what's there. But I mean, even with this stuff, it's not necessarily accurate. And then you got to think too, like, there's so many kids that are undocumented, they're brought over from somewhere else, or they're bred in captivity, like literally, like, they were former victims that when they become pregnant, what happens with that baby, right? Like, if that's somebody that's been held captive and has been brought over illegally or has been brought over state lines or something to that effect, they're not just going to take them to the hospital, you know what I mean? So that's another, there's so many realities to this world, to this situation, that a lot of the, average people don't even realize that they don't, who's going to tell you about it, really? It's not really like they teach you that kind of stuff in school. You learn about the war on drugs, but, and you learn about prohibition. So that's the thing. They teach you about prohibition, but then they don't want you to believe that there's tunnels everywhere, or people don't believe that there's tunnels all over the place. Like, and I'm sure it's grown since, but there was always tunnels from, like, all the main trade routes all over from the U.S., Canada, and beyond, I'm sure, when there was a prohibition era and people weren't allowed to have alcohol, and so they were smuggling it. It was called bootlegging. That was a thing. And then they had people with these houses, these prohibition era houses, that had secret passageways. They had secret tunnels and places where, these people, wealthy people mainly, because they wanted to keep the party going. So then they had these underground places called speakeasies, where you could go and you could get your drinks. And everybody was doing, heroin basically, but heroin products, laudanum, morphine, whatever it was at the time, and cocaine, and all that stuff was flowing. And the alcohol, and they'd be underground in the backs of bars, and it would all go down into a tunnel underneath sidewalks. It's all over in every town, every city, And if you don't know about it and you haven't heard about it and you're a little skeptical, search it up, Prohibition era, and search your town, or search the major metropolitan area near you. Because they would have, like, the moonshiners, they'd have these distilleries and stuff outside of these towns, so they'd have, their distributors. And then somebody would come and get it and take it elsewhere, right? So what do you think they're doing now? It's the same way as they'd be smuggling drugs. And then this is why people keep saying, like, oh, well, why don't we just go save the kids? Just run in there and get the kids. If, with Ali talking about it all the time, like, well, if you know where the kids are, if you know where the tunnels are, go get the kids. That's like trying to go into, like, a mafia building and taking kilos of their drugs. You know what I mean? Like, for what it is, like, that's a product to them. And it's so screwed up to say. It's sick to say, and it's sick to think about, and it makes my stomach churn just talking about it, really, when you think about the reality of it. But that is the reality of it, you know what I mean? And all these kids, a lot of these kids, how many have you seen an Amber Alert for? How many Amber Alerts have any of you got? Let's just see right now in the chat. Say 2024, from this past year till now, how many Amber Alerts did you see? I don't think I've gotten more than, like, 3 in the past 5 years, let alone the past year. And I'm in Canada, so it's a little different maybe, but for all you guys, and like I said, the U.S. that's a main point. Like, 500,000 of the million kids going missing every year worldwide are from the U.S. So you guys, think about it. When was the last time you got an Amber Alert? And, like, tell me a town, tell me a region. If you guys want, I can search a little more specifically here, and then we can look, and you guys tell me, have you gotten an Amber Alert? Have you ever seen anything on the news, the local news? You know, and do you want to know why that is? And it's the same thing what Allie's been trying to say, whether you believe her story or not, whether you want to believe everything she says or not, she's trying to say that with the protective care system, that there's a lot of leaks. A lot of kids get lost in the system, or they fall through the cracks. And that's the kids that end up, you know, on these sites, or on these, you know, at Walmart, they kind of have that board, the billboard, when you first go in, and there's missing kid posters on there. I'm not sure if they even do that really anymore, but you see these kids, but that's about the long and short of it. You don't end up seeing them on news. You don't end up seeing them, you know, anywhere. Like, you don't see Amber Alerts. You don't see anything. And it's because they're basically just labeled as runaways, and nobody goes looking for them. But a lot of these kids are getting lost into trafficking situations, you know. And but I mean, there's kids too, though. Obviously, like, look at this kid, just went missing last month, still missing. This Sophia Hall Nunez. Let's look. This was just last month. Missing child, believed to be company of her non-custodial parent. They may travel to the Queens, New York area. From Encinitas, I can't pronounce that. Sorry, guys. Is that California? Yeah, we're looking in California. So somebody took her from California to New York. Why? Apparently, okay, it's a non-custodial parent. So you look at that and you're thinking, okay, so but maybe it's a domestic situation, and they're taking the kid away. Maybe. But then also, why would they, you know what I mean? You just never know. Why are they taking him all the way across to the other side of the country? You know, and maybe in this situation, you know, because sometimes there's a custodial parent that's an abusive person, they're narcissistic abuse or whichever, and that other parent's trying to rescue that kid. So, you know what? Maybe that's a one-off. But a lot of these littler kids, you know, you got little kids. What are the odds that, like, you know, that every one of them, that's the situation? And with those cases, you can't say a 2-year-old ran away. You can't say a 3-year-old ran away, right? So then what happened to them? Oh, nothing. We don't even get information on this poor kid. Oh, last seen August 9th. The end. Like, not even giving the kid any information. So very likely that that's missing from a care home or something like that, or in between, was meant to go into care, or who knows, but where's the kid? Where's the information? Where's the Amber Alert? Anybody live near California? Anybody seen an Amber Alert for poor Camilo Lugo? Like, and then that's it too. Like, a lot of them, they're not necessarily from a prominent family. You know, you see the Madeline McCanns, you see the John Bonets, you see the Adam Walshes, and not that they're not also important, but where are the other kids? You know, where are they going? How are they disappearing into thin air, right? Like, we live in a mass surveillance society. How fast did they find that guy that did the thing the other day? I don't know if we can really talk about it, but the Super Mario brother, I think is the most I could say with that. They found the Super Mario brother, the adjuster, whatever they were calling him for a minute there. They found him how quickly? How did that go? Like, double time, like, everybody and their brother was looking for this guy. But who's looking for the freaking kids? Where are the kids? You know, and yeah, some kids do run away. Some teenagers are running away. But why are we not asking, why are they running away? Why did they run away? Why did they not want to be wherever the heck they were, whether it was in care or with their family? Why? And look at these kids. Little kids. Like, I mean, some kids, like, if that's the argument, a lot of people, the argument's like, oh yeah, they're just troubled teens running away, you know, whatever. My defense on that always is, well, why are they running away? But it's not all just teenagers. Look at this. Little kids, you know? No Amber Alerts, 30 missing in Alice Springs. Yep, see? Yeah, if you guys go ahead, I put all the links. If you guys want already, like I said, the links are in the description. So if you want to go in and just start looking right away for yourselves, you know. And then this is it. Nobody else is looking for them. So who's going to look for them? Who's going to even know they're missing, right? So this is something that we can do, all of us, for our own local areas. Like, look it up. Look who's missing in your area. Look what's going on, you know. Start doing little screenshots and putting them up. Maybe make a Facebook group for your local area and start posting. Share it around, you know. Let people know. Let people know that these kids, let these kids know somebody's looking for them, you know, because in a lot of cases, even if these kids have run away because they didn't want to be where they were, it's so easy, they're so vulnerable that they fall in the hands of people that aren't going to take care of them either. But a lot of times it's like you choose the devil you know, or whatever it is they say. Like, they're going to choose to get the risk of that torture or abuse or whatever it is on the street versus their own family. Because at least if it's a stranger on the street, it's almost less painful than when getting it from your own family. You know what I mean? So, somebody got to look for these damn kids. Like, look at this. Little kids. 2-year-olds. 2-year-olds aren't running away. They're not just suddenly, oh, I can walk now, time to run. Like, come on, right? So, I don't know where exactly you guys want to take this. I guess it's just we can just keep chit-chatting, we can keep scrolling through. You guys get a better idea of what the situation is here. Like I said, I do have some videos, like we can look more into the tunnel situation, but I think, most of you guys that are here, like, you already know, the tunnels exist. You know that they're there, and that probably since they were first built, like, between the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, when Prohibition lasted a long time in some places, like up in Canada here, there was some areas where it was like mid-60s, between like the 20s to the 60s, that it was Prohibition. So for 40 years, all that time, they were building new homes, they were building on these tunnels to do what they wanted to do, and then from then to now, how many areas have they gone in and been renovating and expanding these tunnels? Can we talk about Allie's account? Honestly, her accounts just keep getting nuked. Like, with Allie's personal accounts, I can see her accounts getting nuked. It's you guys' accounts that it's a little more troubling to hear, because it's like everybody's a target now. But with Allie's accounts, that's why I always just direct you guys to the website, because her accounts, like, there's just people coming out in droves that do mass reporting and get her stuff taken down all the time. So I just put the website, because she like, all those, there's links to the socials, and all those links are kept up to date, so when one's taken out, she adds a new one, right? Her Telegram group tends to always be safe. Her Instagram, she's locked it down, so if you follow, it's like a request, so you can try and follow her there, but the best place to keep track of her is in the Telegram group. She does do a lot of the lives in there, but she switches it up. She was doing a live on the TikTok the other day. She does lives on the Instagram sometimes, and that too, I guess, is to keep it like, kind of spread it around a bit so that it's a less of a target situation, right? So, are we having some issues, Angel Wings? Maybe we'll have to get you on as a moderator, because I'm not able to pay as close attention to the chat here. Let me scroll back. Am I missing on something, Angel? If somebody's causing a ruckus, I think for now, if you want to just like at me and then put what their handle is, and then I think we're pretty good though. Seen the baby boy top left with a top white American man in Georgia Avenue, Northwest Washington grocery store. Who to call? Call your local law enforcement. I wouldn't call this place. What page? Back one page? Strange Times and No Scientist. 3 pages back? The baby boy? The one that I opened up? Camilo? This little boy? Are we making a fucking difference right now? Let's make it happen. Strange Times. Strange Times. Which little boy? Work with me here. I'm trying to keep up with you guys also, but there's a lot going on here. But if that's true, call a local, I don't even know actually, because sometimes there's corruption in some of these. Call the national, you could call the National Center for Missing and Exploited Kids. Maybe just call straight up to the FBI. Before page? One of the other little ones? One more before? There's this little girl. So hold on, maybe more before? Honestly, if you've seen something, say something. Call somebody. I don't know who. For your area would be the best one to call, but start looking into it. Like, look into, I I'm not even sure, because it depends. It really depends. You know, like I said, some places have a lot of corruption through and through, so it's almost better to go above the heads, you know. But this is why if people are more aware of the kids that are missing, then when they do see them, they're going to know, and they can say something in that moment. But you're not going to know until, you know what I mean? Yeah. That's the problem. But that's the point, right? This is the point that we're making here. You know, you even if you've seen one of the kids and you've got the information, who do you call, right? Like, you'd have to go above the heads, you know. And I know that there's some groups that are doing good work for this, that are looking for the kids, child rescue groups. So maybe that would be something to look into, if there's a refuge or a rescue group or a trafficking hotline. Like, there's women's shelters too, like women and children's shelters that have access to resources that are separate from law enforcement, separate from government. So that almost is the better way to go. So this, look at this. Last seen November 2024, maybe in the company of her father. Maybe. But who knows, right? So are these parents selling their kid, though? Right? You can't, just because they're with a parent doesn't necessarily mean anything either, you know? It's not necessarily just a custodial issue. You know what I mean? There's another little kid. And not that the older kids aren't important also, but it's just these little kids can't speak for themselves. You know, they don't know what's going on. They don't have the words or the they can't express or speak up for themselves. You know what I mean? So for me, I'm there's friggin' little kids out here where it's still, obviously, we should also be looking for the teens, but you got a Facebook taken down? Some of these go back to, this is just for the whole time. I'm just searching for the whole time. We can look more specifically here. Where do you guys, I guess we'll stay in California, but I'm going to look for just this past year. And we'll just see. Because some of them, it's age now, but missing since, right? But this is where you guys can go ahead too, and you can search in your area. And again, that doesn't include the kids born in captivity. That doesn't include the kids that are brought over from somewhere else that aren't documented, right? That's the difficult part about this. But the more people are looking and the more people are staying updated about it, that now is the time to start, you know? We maybe can't go all the way back to the 80s and do much about all of it, but this is where we start, you know? Look in your area, start staying in tune with it, you know? And reach out to law enforcement and ask them, why didn't we get an Amber Alert for that? Why aren't we seeing anything on the local news? What's going on with that? And it's innocent. It's peaceful. We're going to do it peacefully. We're going to do it the right way here, right? We're not trying to cause, because obviously some things just are what it is, and that's, it's not that all of these places are corrupt. We're not going to say that everything's corrupt and that everybody's not doing their job, but maybe we can ask them what they are doing to do the job. You know what I mean? It's pretty regular as far as I know. It's up to today. I think I can filter it to the most recent. Hold on, let's see. Maybe not. I mean, if you go and you just search it for this past month, say, let's look over December, because usually between October and December things get a little nutty. Yeah, all the links, though, if you guys want to look for yourself, all the links for this, it's all in the description. It's under the missing kids link. But if we go, let's see, hold on, oops. December 1st, 2024 to now. We're missing on Christmas. Merry Christmas. Here's the back of a van. What the fuck? Maybe not, but you know what I mean? This is all through December. You got kids missing, you know. So this is where you start looking. This is where you can. This is a place to start, because people kept asking like, oh well, Allie keeps talking about it. Allie keeps doing this and that, and not doing anything about it. But that's the point. Is like, well, we can do something about it. This is something we can start. This is something that you can do in your local area. This is something that you can be an advocate for these kids. Each and every one of us. You know, we don't need to be superheroes. We don't need to be, you know, we don't need to be an influencer, like I was saying earlier. You don't need to be anybody special. It's every drop in the ocean of influence counts. Every drop counts, right? So if we all, what do we got? 200 people in here, and all from all over the world. If everybody's starting to look into this a little closer and starting to poke a little bit, like what do they say? The squeaky wheel gets the grease. So if people are asking for these kids, looking for these kids, and calling up, you know, places and looking for them in their local area, then maybe they're going to start looking for them if they're not, you know? And well, that's why you got to take it into our own hands. Because there is, like, strange times, and whoever else is mentioning the corruption, yeah, I agree. Like, there is a lot of corruption. That's part of it. Like, there's people, there's a whole hierarchy of people that make it happen. It's same with how do drugs make their way into the prisons? You know, there's got to be some level of corruption for people looking the other way to be able to smuggle drugs into a prison. How do they got weapons? How do they got cell phones? Right? So, fair enough. You got to think, like, sure, you know, it's tough because who do you call? But this is why we all need to start doing something. Because what are we going to do? Oh, it's hopeless. We're just going to keep letting them take more and more kids till it's 1 billion kids a year and not just 1 million? Because before it was just hundreds of thousands, you know, and then it's 500,000 just from the U.S. Now we're 1 million every single year. So what are we going to do about it? Are we going to say, oh, it's too much, it's too overwhelming, there's nothing we can do about it, while all these kids are being exploited and traded and sold, and, you know, it's like fucking Pokemon cards, the way it's getting to be so prevalent at this point. And it's insane. It's insane. Like, like when are we all gonna start doing something? You know, like if they're not gonna do it, like if our tax dollars aren't going to doing it, then maybe that's something we could do too. Go to your local government. Go to your municipality, because there's different levels of government that go up to the top. So you start asking people like, hey, you know, we had this many kids go missing in such and such a time span, and you start speaking up at town hall events. Like if you start getting active, then there's going to be more attention brought to it, and then they're going to have to start doing something about it, because it's, you know, they've been going, you know, it's been right under our noses, hidden in plain sight all this time. So when we actually start doing something about it, we start poking around, we start looking into it, you know, it almost seems like there was more effort before in the 80s than there is now. Like we had the milk carton kids. They stopped putting kids' faces on milk cartons. Why is that? How hard is that to just keep doing that, you know? Like, why is it not in the newspaper? We got obituaries and stuff like that in there. We got classified ads. You could go in there and order a you know, an escort or whatever, but you can't see the missing kids. Like, what's going on there, you know? Like, let's start putting it out there. Like, ask our local newspapers. Like, hey, man, I know there's like 10 kids missing right now. Like, maybe we should put something in the newspaper about it. You know, and then that's where you can kind of start unearthing the corruption too. Like, see where it starts and ends, and then just keep going above their head. You know, right? Like, there's got to be some layers, like the special victims unit type people. Like, if you think about the JonBenét case, you know, there was a handful of law enforcement people, detectives, investigators at different levels that they ended up either leaving the Boulder Police Department or leaving their career altogether, you know, because they saw there was something messed up, and they saw that, you know, that they're you know, they weren't getting down to the nitty gritty of it. There was too much obstruction. There was just a lot of shady things going on with that weren't in the, you know, in the effort of trying to figure out what actually happened to this kid. Like, we knew that she had signs of SA prior to that night. you know, but they kept diverting from that. Even the parents were like, no, that never happened. Well, who's going to give a shit about what happened to the kid then? When are we going to do something about what happened to the kid? Like, nobody was saying that they did it at that point. They were just saying something was happening to her before she passed, and that might have something to do with how she passed. But even the parents were like, oh, yeah, no. Well, tell me you're guilty without telling me you're guilty, you know? And not saying necessarily, like, that they did it, but I have a pretty, sneaking suspicion that they knew what was going on, that somebody knew, because somebody was able to come into the house without making a fuss, and they were able to spend 30 minutes writing a ransom letter. And we don't need to go too far into that whole thing. If you guys want to know more about the JonBenet case, I just did a whole video about it, so I guess that's why I've got all this information just fresh, and I'm still kind of fired up about it. I'm working on the part 2 right now as well, but this is why I pick certain topics and talk about certain videos or subjects in videos, because it all leads back to the kids. It's all something to do with the kids. Even the dark Hollywood stuff is like, here's how Hollywood is built on the backs of children. Here's how children were exploited then, and here's how they're exploiting them now, and look at all the ones that died along the way. And they say, oh, well, they were a drug addict, or they were this or that. But who was giving them drugs when they're 13, 14? First off. Secondly, why are they getting such a problem with it if something didn't happen to them, Like, we're learning now that a lot of the time that people are self-medicating or have these forms of escapism because something really bad happened to them as a kid, and then you spend your whole adult life trying to escape from that or trying to deal with that, right? So, it's messed up that it took you so long. I'm sorry, guys. Try to keep up. But yeah, if you're trying to talk directly to me, if you do the atasmosis, it highlights it. Media coverage I saw in this case from the time I was a child, never heard about the prior SA signs until, and that's the stuff they didn't want you to know, because obviously there was something more going on there. Breathe. Fair enough. I get fired up about this, because this, honestly, I've been trying to talk about this stuff for so long, going on almost 10 years now, and I've had to pivot and go different directions, and with Dark Hollywood became a way I was going to be able to talk about it without really talking about it, kind of incognito. You had to go different ways about it. You couldn't just come out and say stuff before, right? Drew Barrymore, exactly, she was given alcohol at 8, and then cocaine, marijuana, whatever, between 10 and 12, and then she's going into rehab at 14, and they're blaming her, oh, she's such a wild child, what a spoiled, crazy celebrity kid, what? And then that first day she was drinking alcohol, it was a wrap party, she's 8 years old, and I guess 2 men had, dared her or bet her to drink 2 glasses of champagne back to back. Next thing she knows, she's being woken up in a bedroom by her mother, and her mother's asking her what happened. I'm sorry, what? What? First off, why the hell is this little kid at a party where everybody's drinking and getting carried around? And then, where's the mother? Where's the fucking mother? And then it's her fault that she's in rehab at 14? We're gonna blame her? It's Drew Barrymore's fault that she's got all these problems, not the adults that were giving her alcohol and drugs? What's the... Right? So that was kind of my angle for the longest time of, let's look at how this is all happening right in front of our eyes. First off, all these people that were set to entertain us growing up, all the entertainers, you guys know, I don't know if you'd watched it or not, but that Quiet on Set documentary was kind of a little bit of giving you an idea of it. If you want more about all of that, watch the Amanda Bynes video and the Charlie Sheen video. They go together in a way. There's a whole segment about the den, the pedo den that was existing, that was long before Diddy. This is not new. None of this is new. The Diddy shit is not new, but it's a big deal. More people are talking about it. The internet's a bigger deal now, more independent media. So it is more in your face, which is friggin' great. We're making progress. That's awesome. But it's been happening the whole time. So that's the thing now, okay, we've come to the understanding that this is happening under our noses the whole time. Now let's go far and wide, right? Now we're here, the Great Awakening has begun, everybody gets it now, so now what do we do? Right? It's up to us. Maybe we don't know what to do just yet, but we got to start somewhere, and spreading the awareness and getting people more on the same page, everybody talking about it, people getting more active in their own communities, being more aware of the ones that are currently missing in your area. So if you see them in the grocery store, you see them being taken somewhere by somebody that's not who they're supposed to be with, you know, this is where we got to start. Oh, definitely, Lindsay. Way more happened to Drew but she went through it in such a way that she was led to believe that what happened to her was her own fault. That she'd put herself in these positions. That she'd, you know what I mean, asked for it in such a way. But it's all part of that programming, and her having been given drugs and alcohol at such a young age, like, that's going to alter your perception. It alters your brain chemistry, all this stuff. And when you've had bad things happen to you, you do become hypersexualized. That is one of the indicators. That's one of those things that is a result of, you know, like, different things happen and you do become angry, or you do start acting out, or you do start doing drugs, or you do start doing something that's literally a direct result of the trauma that person went through. But then they're the problem. It's not the parents and the people around that we're supposed to love and protect them and keep them safe. They're the problem. So then they send them off to some drug rehab, or they send them off here, and they send them, like, every problem. Oh, let's just stick it in a Tupperware container and stick it under into the wine cellar. We're not going to look at it. We're not going to think about it. It's not our fault. They're the crazy ones. They're the ones doing the drugs, or they're the ones, you know, flashing Letterman on his desk. Like Drew Barrymore, she was like 20 and she got up on Letterman's desk and flashed him, and everybody's like, oh my goodness, you know, thinking, oh, she's just wild, you know, she's just being over sexual, and that's her, right? But you got to look at what shaped that. You got to look at where all that came from and why. You know, like, it's not, people don't just like, they want you to believe that, like, addiction's a disease and that you're predisposed, or that it's something you're born with or something. Well, yeah, if you're born into a sick, toxic family, you know, and then it's like, with a lot of people, it's like, oh, here, you have to take our drugs. You get a white coat saying, these are the drugs you have to take, and then these are going to fix you. We don't like the ones you're doing on the street. You have to do our drugs. Well, maybe we should just not be doing drugs to deal with our shit. Maybe there's a better way, you know? Maybe we start really thinking about it and start looking at trauma in the face. Okay. Are we getting there? There's starting to be an issue. Oh, it's giving me options. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Alright, yeah, anybody that's just going to be coming in, like, we don't want to just get rid of everybody, like, right off the bat, like, but if it's going to be direct, like, you know what's going on, Angel, like, a direct being just a goon or a flying monkey or a troll, they can go. But if somebody's, like, asking some questions or whatever, you know, maybe if you're not sure, let me know, but for the most part, I think you know the ones we're looking for, Angel, so I appreciate you, thank you. I did give you the mod thing, so if you see something, because I am trying to keep an eye, too, on the chat as well, but it's hard to keep the train of thought and do the thing, so I appreciate you, and thank you for offering it up there on the pre-virtual thing, virtual March. Asking about Ali's channel yesterday. Yeah. So yeah, guys, if you guys, the best way to connect with Ali is get on the Telegram and check out her website. Like, check the links to her socials there, because it's so hard to keep track. Like, if I tried to go put each social in each video, like, and they're getting shut down all the time, I'd have to keep going back and updating each link every time, right? So I put the Telegram, I put the website, check her out from there. But this is what she's been trying to tell you guys. She's not trying to look for nothing, like, the whole time. And this is why it's so crazy that this smear campaign's coming down the line right now, because she literally is just trying to bring all of this to your attention. She wants people to see what the heck's been going on, so that we can maybe start doing something about it. Like, maybe we can just start the first step. Maybe it does seem like a freaking mountain. It's Mount Everest, but people climb Mount Everest, you know. You start trying to write a book, it's a few lines in a book, and you're like, holy shit, 400 pages? How do I write 400 pages of a freaking book? Well, people do, you know? People do marathons. People do great things. And we could all do great things if we really put our mind and our body and our soul to it, you know what I mean? And I think if there are more people that felt as passionate about it as, you know, people like Ali, people like myself, people that have been in this, trying to do whatever they can to get the word out, you know, directly, indirectly, however they're able to. If more people felt passionate about it in such a way, even on a part-time basis. You know, I'm not saying everybody needs to, like, give up their whole life and sell everything they got and go on the road in the way that Allie has and made it, like, her entire life's purpose. But if everybody takes one step, like, if you know, think of it like society's this one big caterpillar, and if all the legs are moving together in one direction, that's what we need. That's all she's asking for. That's all she's ever been asking for. And she does tell parts of her story to support what she's saying. Like, this is why she's saying, this is how I know that this is a thing, because this is what I went through. It's not that she's trying to cause harm. It's not like that she's trying to, you know, she's just trying to raise the awareness. And then again, whether you want to believe her or not, we know there's kids that are missing. We know kids go missing. We know that human trafficking is an issue. We know that CP, like child SA material, is all over the place, all over the dark web. They shut down one site and another one pops up. Like, it's a hundreds of billions of dollars a year industry. So you got to think, like, same with big drug operations, any big crime syndicate, that people getting caught, the fall guys, there's things along the way that it's just a cost of doing business. They bail the guy out, or they pay off somebody to cover it up, or they're paying people regularly, like people like I was just saying about drugs getting into the prisons. Some correctional officers are getting paid off. They get their cut to turn the other way and let the thing happen, right? Like, that's part of it. It's cost of doing business. And when they're making billions of dollars, that's nothing to them. So this is why we all need to get on it. This is why we all need to be paying a little more attention. We need to be asking the important questions, like, why don't we get any of these? One sec, sorry, that's weird. Why don't we get Amber Alerts though? Why doesn't, you know, we have the system, so why do they not use it? 434 kids from New York, Connecticut. I'm not sure what the rest of that says, but exactly, like, if you guys go ahead on your own, like, you don't need me to take you on the whole tour. The link's in the description. You guys can start looking right now as we speak, you know? Start looking in your area, and it is worldwide, I guess. I thought it was mainly just for the U.S., but I was looking earlier, and it's all over the world. So anywhere that you are in the world, you can get on here, and you can take a look, and it might not be super accurate. Might not be all the ones. Yeah, I think, Allie's, the Telegram is live right now, but it's like a worship hour or something like that. Like, they're doing their own, they're playing worship music for a bit. They do that every once in a while. They do like it's just everybody coming together and praying for the kids, you know. We're all doing something at the moment, you know what I mean? And hey, if you guys want to join that, I am not going to stop you, obviously. Whatever you guys want to do, but, Yeah, I would have been putting it on. I noticed they were on earlier, but I saw that they were doing just the worship thing. Otherwise, I would have been on and playing that, playing whatever she was saying. But it's the music, so I wouldn't be able to, or it will block the stream, unfortunately. So if you guys want to listen to the music over there, go for it. As long as it's in, you know, the spirit of the kids, for the kids, about the kids, you know. And then, like, people want to, all week, people have been trying to smear Allie. But she literally just 2 weeks ago or whatever it was had said, keep an eye out. Like, there's more stuff coming down the line. There's going to be another arrest. So watch out for the fires. There's going to be fires. There's going to be explosions. They're going to be trying to hide. They're going to try to hide things. And sure as shit, you know. Please talk about the tunnels. We can talk more about the tunnels. Where do we want to start? There was, did you guys remember? What's this? Hold on. Got weird stuff coming through on my friggin' phone here. Did you guys see, like, there was that, I don't know how much I can actually even really talk about it, but there was a certain faith denomination where they found tunnels underneath their place of worship, and they were pulling out kids' items and, like, bloody poopy mattresses and all this stuff out from this tunnel. And there was all these people coming out from the tunnel, climbing out of the sewer outside of the place and stuff. And we heard about that for like 2 minutes. And then they buried it again. Right? So, there's certain stuff, because they'll turn it into like your hate speech. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is where they make it difficult. Because if it's to do with a certain group or sect or whatever, then suddenly it's a hate speech. Or you're a there's something wrong with you for pointing that stuff out. You know what I mean? So, but actually, okay, you know what we can do? There's one of the oldest tunnel systems. I have a video, so maybe we can flip over to that. I do have a video for that is going to be safe. But one of the oldest subway tunnels, and as they're going through here, you can see the different passageways and stuff that there's, down the way. There's another one of the tunnels of LA and the King Eddie. There's secret tunnels in a mansion. I've got different examples for you guys. So like, inside an NYC townhouse with a Prohibition era hidey hole. Maybe we look at that one. Like, it can be in the house, it can be out of the house, it can be around the house. Let me see. I got to open this in such a way so that I can bring it in here. So just give me 2 seconds, and I'll put it on the other screen. I prepared a ton of different stuff, so it'll take me just a second to get it locked and loaded for you here, and switch it around. But I have it ready. There's that too, but there's also that, like, wherever they're trying to make it not look, there's the Podesta stuff. There's, I'm not sure how much right into that I can go, but like, just start looking, just start educating yourself, and once you're red pilled and once you see it, you're awake and you're going to see it, and you'll come across things and you'll notice things, and it'll start taking you down the way of knowing more about what's going on than what they want you to know, because the real stuff is not ever going to be fully on the news, and even if it is, it'll be for like a minute, and then it's quickly buried. Because same with, like, you guys remember, not long ago they had people going around, either it was Diddy's team or Diddy's associates of Diddy's team, going around looking for the influencers that were talking about it, and offering them money to lie, like, oh, whatever money you're getting paid, we'll pay you to talk the opposite about it, which would be a lie, because these people are just reporting, like, this is what's going on, like, this is the situation. Oh, is that not going to work? Why is it showing up as black? That's weird. Hold on, I have to do it a different way. Shoot, I don't know why that's doing that. Thank you for technology. Let me try it with this regular player. Some of the players, for whatever reason, it doesn't mirror. Or just somebody's onto me and they don't want us talking about this.
Take a look.
For sakes. Then it goes black when it goes over there. What is wrong with my second screen? It might be something with my second screen. Okay, let me try something else here. See? They're already onto us. Nah, it could just probably be a technical issue, but when you end up having so much stuff going on, when you are talking about this, and when you do get too close to the sun, weird things do happen, so then you almost do get a little bit, like, cynical that way. As soon as something's going weird, you're like, oh, they're on to me. It kind of sounds crazy maybe a little bit, but no, I don't want you. Thank you. Come again. So maybe that's not the case. It's probably just a technical thing, and it's going to be fine. We're going to find a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. But this is where we start. Like, you can start in your area searching. Search Prohibition in your area. Look up. Like, a lot of places are super proud to tell you that they were part of that, and that they have, like, they'll have tours. There's places in, like, New York and stuff that you can go on a tour and see sections of the Prohibition areas. But then those are ones that, okay, well, they're obviously not hiding anything if they're willing to take you down and have a look-see. So not saying that everywhere that there's tunnels there's something bad, and like that, we need to cause any issues for people and their businesses. But, okay, now where are you? This one? Nope, that's not what we want. There we go. Okay, hold on. We're almost there. We're halfway there. Alright. Okay, we just got to adjust a little bit here. But I mean, nothing's stopping you. Like, once you kind of got the bit of the info and you know a bit of what's going on, and again, like I said, whether or not you actually want to believe Allie's personal story or not, we know that there's a situation. There's a giant elephant in the room, and its name is missing and exploited children. And what are we going to do about it? Is somebody going to do something about it? Right? Like, that's really all she's trying to tell us. That's really it. That's all it comes down to, right? This is like a mansion that they're super happy to, they're selling the mansion and they want you to see that there's the tunnel in it. Like, for people, this is a selling feature. There's a tunnel or a secret hidey hole or a, you know. So, that's what this is. We got other stuff too. Like, I don't know, I just don't know which direction exactly you want to go, but we can start going down the tunnels, for sure.
Welcome to 6th Street.
I don't know if I'm going to have an issue with the music, so I might have to turn the sound off on this, but it's going to show you, okay? Is that okay, guys? I'm going to just turn the sound down. She's not going to talk. You're not going to hear it, but you're going to see the tour, okay? I didn't realize it had the music, too. I don't want to give any reason for them to give us a spank in here and stop what we're doing here, you know? To think that it's trauma. Did they show it yet or not? Hold on. I wanted to stop on the part and show it closer because it kind of just shows it quick. Ah, shit. Maybe it was in the parlor and she just showed it, like, quick. I can't really remember. I used it a long time ago for something and I knew it was, like, showing a secret door thing. Okay, hold on. Then we'll look at the oldest subway tunnel. There's all kinds of stuff though. I can go search up some different stuff too. Like, I've just got stuff that I've already got it from other videos and things. Or maybe it just hadn't got there yet. She's saving the best for last. Okay, thank you, lady. You're doing a great job. Okay, here it is. The library. The library. Go in it. That's a little shady. What's on the other side of there? You know, where does that go? Right? So, like, this is where, you know, people talked about, with the Diddy thing, that there was the tunnel there that connected to those houses. Like, there's the Playboy Buddy or Playboy Mansion tunnels that connect to 3 or 4 of the mansions nearby. Used to be Jack Nicholson's place, Warren Beatty, a couple guys that originally had the mansions done to have them together, have them linking up together so that they could all meet up, right? Yeah, give us a tour, lady. She doesn't. Yeah, she doesn't. She just closes the door and it's like, oh, never mind. Oh, maybe they were just playing checkers in there. Don't worry. It's just people playing checkers or whatever that is, Chinese checkers. Yeah, she's pretty quick to not show us at all. Oh, and then there's the carpet to hide it. Here, yeah, okay, I will play the rest of this. There's the carpet to hide the scuff on the floor. Oh, you guys can't see it. I already turned it off. Sorry, hold on. Shoot. I knew it. I knew they had a carpet to hide it. Can't get nothing past me. A lot of old places had that. Anything that was built during the Prohibition era, they were done in such a way so that, you know, these people that could afford these places, obviously, like, not everybody could afford this kind of house, but the people that did generally wanted to still be able to party, right? So now, what are you not allowed to do now that they could be doing down there? Maybe they're just having adult, you know, spicy parties and doing, you know, recreationals that aren't legal either, but I don't care. You want to be out here doing whatever you're going to do to yourself, basically. You want to do self-destructive things to yourself, that's your prerogative. But if you're doing self-destructive or you're doing destructive things to kids, that's where we have the issue. Okay, so here we got this. I'll show you guys. We'll start small here with the ones that are just inside these mansions, and I'll start with just some of the stuff that I've got, and then we can move on and looking at some other stuff too. You can go pretty much whatever direction you guys want, but just like this is the thing is people are like, what tunnels? Like where? There's no tunnels. Like what are you talking about? Hold on. I'm just gonna set this up here. Like people don't want to believe that even exists, but we know they exist. Like that's a thing. That's definitely a thing. It's a legal, normal, whatever, or I don't know, legal depending on what you're using it for. But like it's a thing. We know it exists. It's a real historical thing. Yeah, and this one's kind of spooky actually. I think if this is the video that I think it is, it's very like you'll know you'll know when you see it. Maybe I'll just show the whole thing because it's only a couple minutes. I'm again gonna take the turn the sound off. But when they're in the tunnel, I'll turn the sound back on again because they talk a little bit about like the history of it, I think, if this is the one I think it is. It's a secret tunnel in the mansion, I know that. But yeah, here we go. Oh, okay, here's your preview. But yeah, so when it gets to the part that they're walking through it, I'll maybe put the sound on again. But I just got to be careful too, and because I just don't want us to get, I don't want any reason to get us a spanking here, you know, and slow the roll here. Yeah, well, this is it. What do you think they're trying to hide? Like Ali is saying, though, they're trying to hide evidence. It's not just trying to hide evidence. There's places that it's built with, like, a lot of wood, so if it collapses, if it burns down, it hides even that there was a tunnel there. Or it's you know, so much debris and whatever on these entrances that you would have never even knew were there. So, like, this is the reality of it. This is the facts that we can count on. This is, they're like, want you to know about this. These guys, some of these people are like, yeah, look at our super expensive mansion. Wow, $200 million. You need a little Segway to get all the way up to the door, because holy crap. Like, they're proud of it. They're proud of it. Like, look at all this. Look at this. Look at my shit. Look at my shit. You know what I mean? Like, some people just can't shut up about it, right? So, this is how we can know about it, at least. Like, look at this. Just this downstairs cellar. Awful lot of shit could go on down there that nobody hear you scream. Right? Like, it wouldn't even need to be that secret, because you've got this giant place that's, like, has so much property around it, and then you're just in the basement, you know? So, almost doesn't need to even be a tunnel at that point, right? But look at what's burning. Look at what's burning over there right now. You know? A lot of really big, nice, fancy places. Oh, don't even get me started about Shirley Temple, man. That's like right up there with the JonBenét thing, you know? And it's taken me all these years even to get to the point of doing JonBenét. And the JonBenét, just the introduction video is like 2 hours long. Like, look at this. It's like a whole underground parking lot. Awful lot of room for buses full of whatever they want. Okay, here we go. I think this I'll put the sound on for this part because they kind of talk about what they it's like a little anecdote. It's really not, it doesn't really tell you too much, but oh yeah, you know, we use it for the acoustics, I think is what he says here, something like that. But then like why? What do you need all this for? Like, I don't care how much money you got. Like what else, what do you need all of this for? Right? Like, that's really what it comes down to, too. It's like, oh, okay, you're going to have some nice little parties? That's cool. What kind of parties? Should we keep our eyes wide shut, or are we going to keep our eyes wide open? You know? If you know, you fucking know. And do you know about that movie, guys? You guys know about that movie, right? You guys seen Eyes Wide Shut? That movie, Kubrick was, they wanted him to take, like, 20 to 30 minutes out of that movie, and he didn't want to. He went against them for the final cut. He wanted it, like, for his own artistic merit. They wouldn't, he didn't, like, he opposed it, and they, like, not to say that they did something to him or not, but he mysteriously and suspiciously had a heart attack very shortly around that time, and then that part was cut, and nobody's ever seen the final cut. And, you know, it's funny, he couldn't have the artistic merit to keep what he wanted in that movie, but Brooke Shields can't have her 10-year-old Playboy photo taken out of circulation because of artistic merit. Literally, her mother allowed her to be photographed topless in a spicy manner at 10 years old with a Playboy, okay, like centerfold shit, and that shit's still floating around somewhere. And she went to court to have that removed from the circulation, have it wiped from the internet, having it stopped from being circulated in the magazines, and she lost that battle because of artistic merit. But there was 20 to 30 minutes in Eyes Wide Shut that wasn't enough artistic merit. Just a movie with adults doing a fucking, like, I can't even make this shit up. And then you guys wonder why Ali sometimes in videos is laughing and crying, because, like, you can't even believe some of this shit. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's so unbelievable that you almost get to the point of hysterics just trying to talk about it, right? Exactly. Like, that's what I was getting to, Ventura and Crow. Yeah, you guys, you know what I'm talking about. That's what I'm getting at. Like, what do you think he was trying to tell you? What do you think was in the movie that he was trying to tell you about what's going on that they didn't want you to know at these parties, right? Absolutely. See, you guys are so smart. This Great Awakening has been the greatest thing of all time. Like, I would say stuff like this, and people would be like, damn, you're demented. Like, you're weird. People thought it was so freaking weird and crazy for so freaking long. And I just stood my ground, and now here we are. Thank you. Round of applause, everybody. Great Awakening. You guys freaking get it. Holy shit. Thank you for all being here now. My lord. It took us all this time, but we're here. But anyways, I put the sound on with this, so play this through, and then we'll keep on keeping on. But yeah, just for as a little factoid for you. You've never seen Eyes Wide Shut? Okay, if you're a truther, conspiracy analyst, whatever, if you're getting your first taste test, dipping a toe, you gotta watch Eyes Wide Shut and Rosemary's Baby. Together or separately, not in that order, but definitely that they're telling you some shit. And Polanski, Roman Polanski, don't get me friggin' started about that guy. Talk about John Nicholson's house with the tunnels was where Roman Polanski had the 13-year-old. Okay, and that thing went round and round and round in circles. Polanski fled the country, and he's like a revered director in Europe. Still winning fucking awards and shit over there. Like, what? You know? Like, then this is why when people start talking about this, they get kind of almost laughing and crying about it. Like, and people are like, oh, Allie's crazy. Why is she laughing? Well, when you've been at this shit long enough, and you know what you know, when you know, it kind of drives you a little crazy because it's right there in front of your face, under your nose, and nobody's doing nothing about it, you know? And then if you want to go further from there, there's Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, A Clockwork Orange. You know, like you could go all the way down the rabbit hole with some movies that are kind of trying to tell you stuff, you know? It depends which flavor of movie you're looking for, though. Requiem for a Dream has a lot to say about diet pills, but like, I don't know if Ozempic's going to end up being anything like that or not, but like the Adderall thing. You know, a lot of movies try to tell you some shit, and it's whether or not you know what they're referencing, right? Oh, don't get me started on that. Sharon Tate, Charles Manson was railroaded, is my belief. He was the fall guy. He didn't know fuck all from nothing. He had spent most of his life in the jail system, and he just wanted to hang out around a campfire, play his tunes, and do some LSD with some people, you know, with some teens. He came out and it was already the hippie movement, and he was working on this ranch, and he had the space for people, and the people that went and did the thing had only been there for like 2 weeks, and hundreds of people came and went from there all the time. And then also, if he had even been the one to suggest people go and target that house, well, Polanski was a pedo. So does that make him an evil guy? It happened that those kids got carried away and went and did some awful shit there, and a lot of innocent people, or maybe not so innocent, who knows, I don't know, that whole Sharon Tate thing. But that was Polanski's house. Sharon Tate was Roman Polanski's wife, holding his baby. And then you look at Rosemary's Baby, like, oh my god, like, you can't make this shit up. It's Hollywood, baby. Anyway, alright, let's look at these tunnels, and keep rocking and rolling here. But yeah, like, this is the stuff, I've been wanting to talk about this kind of stuff for years, like, but they don't, like, this is the kind of stuff they wouldn't really, you really couldn't really, you know? Maybe in a way, like, trauma-based, mind-controlled, for sure, but maybe not necessarily, like, a full-on asset, like, full-on military program, but, like, definitely there was, anybody that's gone through some severe trauma is already been brought to a base programming that they can be vulnerable, they can be suggestible, they can be taken advantage of. Same as like a kid that's been abused is more susceptible to abuse later on. Do you know what I mean? So he was kind of very much taken advantage of. His mother was this is what they referred to her as, a 15-year-old prostitute. But I'm sorry, there's no such thing. It's a child. That's a child trafficking situation that he was born of. And, shit, I don't know. We don't have to go right into the whole thing, but he had a really rough life. Let's just say that. And he was in the system for most of it, in boys' homes, and then in the prison system. He ended up in prison for 10 years for cashing a $37 check to try to support his pregnant wife. And then he got out of prison, and he ended up on the ranch, and he's going beep, bop, boop. You know, this is groovy. What's going on, guys? You know, because it was a whole different thing when he came out in the hippie era, and everybody's doing crazy things, crazy drugs, right? So who knows, man? Who really knows? That's something definitely, though. There was something, not the official narrative, you know? I feel like there's something more to it than what they were telling us. That's for damn sure. Oh, okay, anyway, I'll play the video. Sorry, guys.
The car is down here.
Got me on a rant.
Now for those hidden tunnels buried underneath the mansion.
Here we go. Down the tunnel.
Secret tunnel to the pool. How cool is that?
Did you find the second one?
Yeah, for sure.
Another tunnel. Wow, you're going fast with that thing.
Whoa! This is what's at the end of this tunnel. Crazy.
Oh, that's weird. Wonder what goes on there. I wonder why you would have a demon face at the entrance of your tunnel. Like, I'm sorry, but like, you really can't make this shit up. You know, like, for what's real life, you really cannot make this up. You know? Right, and then what do you think happens to them when they're on the street? Partners. But yeah, so those singing stars come from it all goes hand in hand. It all goes together, like it's all connected in such a way, you know, like there's so much more to it, but it's all connected in a way. I think there's a little bit more to this video. I'll play a little bit more, but I just wanted you guys to get a really good full view of like why would you. And it just, like, okay, the one part of the tunnel leads to the swimming pool, the other one leads through to the other side to, like, whatever, maybe to the wine cellar, but then where else does that tunnel go? And why would you want a scary demon face being at the entrance to, like, oh, let's go down to the pool, guys? Like, no way, like, no freaking way, right? It is, it's, like, very Bohemian Grove, right? Totally, exactly. Do you see what I see? I can just picture there being like flames in the eyes. Like there's probably torches or something that like the eyes, they have flames or something. I'm picturing it at night, you know? I'm so sure, like, and it already looks scary in the daytime, right? Like what's going on here?
Crazy.
Gargoyle.
It's the gargoyle spitting image of him. Look at.
So are you guys done running around now?
Yes.
Okay, good. The brokers got an interesting piece of history about these wild tunnels.
Pavarotti, who was a friend and a frequent guest to the estate, used to stay here often, and he would come down to these tunnels and he would practice because the acoustics were so great. Figaro!
Steps away from that gargoyle's creepy head.
Down some long, beautiful trails is this giant bird cage sculpture thing.
And then there are some koi ponds,
A tennis court,
a grassy helipad area
and a grand fountain
with twin staircases,
that lead up to the house.
and they have cascading waterfalls down both sides.
Which, you know, some of that's pretty cool, I guess. You know, I could see that, but like, why do you need the demon tunnel? Right? Like, cascading water down the stairs, very nice. Koi pond, very nice. What? What do we need the tunnel for? You're thinking Indiana Jones? Yeah. Which, you know, where does that lead back to? If we want to talk about it, like... Nah, that's maybe reaching a little bit. But, yeah, so there's another example. I don't know exactly where this is. It's just like a segment from what's called The Secret Lives of the Super Rich. And if you search Secret Tunnel Leads to 150 Million Mansion, should bring it up on YouTube. What else we got? Underneath the... This one's a little longer. I don't know if this is the one that I think it is, but it's about 10 minutes, and it's the underground tunnels of Los Angeles and the King Eddie. So it comes up under the King Eddie, I guess is what it's saying. But it's a part of the old tunnel system. So give me 1 second. We'll flip over to that. If you guys want to keep going down the tunnels, we can keep going deeper until they keep getting lower and lower. There's ones that go down, and then there's like the sub-level where it's like under the subway, the old subway systems, and then you can tell that these places are still being used. This is Oddity Odyssey, this channel. So I'm going to shout these guys out because they're doing the exploration here. Actually, if somebody... I'll see if I can find it. I want to find the direct link, and because they're going to be showing us, like, these are, like, urban explorer channels. I do want to give them a link to them, give them credit here. I want to make sure you guys know, but I think you can search it up, Oddity Odysseys, and then the title is, sorry, let me go back, Exploring Underground Tunnels of Los Angeles and the King Eddie. So if you wanted to find the full version yourself, but I'm going to just kind of skip through and show you little bits and pieces here. Can we get the Aaron Carter? You keep asking about the Aaron Carter. I do want to do something with that and put it together with the other segments that I did for that and put it into one. And like I'll trim it down a bit because it was like a whole discussion. It was like a 2-hour video just about the Talks Report thing, basically. Like it was a live stream for that. So I want to trim that down and put it together with a couple other segments I did about that, and then the main video that I did, but with updates, because there's so much to that. And then now that we know what we know with everything he was saying, and if you watch the Liam Payne video that I just did, that connects Aaron Carter, Michael Jackson, it just connects a whole bunch of stuff with the Liam Payne situation, and they all had the same. There's a common denominator, I guess you could say. So if you guys wanted to look more into that for now until I get the, so this is a tunnel I think that's still used by the city for certain things, but there's other side tunnels that are locked up. Like you'll see.
Hey.
It's already looking pretty scary. Like what the heck? I don't really remember the whole thing of this video. I used a little chunk of this video, but I went to a part to it, and I didn't really watch the beginning of it. I kind of skipped to and then grabbed up a piece of it. What was in his system? Oh, they said that he was drowned, but they didn't find water in his lungs. And I don't think they actually ended up finding anything in his system. Because if he was huffing even, it leaves the system pretty quickly. I'm actually not sure now. Like, it's been so long. I just knew that it was like, no, that's not it. Like, I know I just didn't agree with it. I can't remember exactly, but I know I didn't agree. But it's all crazy. It's all weird. Like, none of it makes sense, because at first he was being reported that he was in the pool. Even the sister had told the mom that he was found in the pool. And then next thing, oh no, he's in the bathtub. So what? Even that is sketchy. Like, why did they move him to the tub? Even if you know what I mean? Maybe to be respectful, but why wouldn't they just bring him into the house or out of view of, one more time, sorry. So it's Odyssey. Shoot. I'll have to go back to the beginning. The title of the video is Exploring Underground Tunnels of Los Angeles and the King Eddy. And it's like Explorer Odyssey or something. I'm going to lose my spot in the video now if I go. Oh, I'm going to just do it. I'll show you guys again the intro that shows their title. It's spelt funny. It's Oddity Odysseys. And then it's the Underground Tunnels of Los Angeles and the King Eddy. If you guys want the full version, because like I said, I'm just going to go through and show you his bits and pieces. Here. That's weird. It's like the old records of the, like, government building is the entrance to the tunnel. Maybe I'll let a bit of this play out, but I don't want to just be fully just playing their video, If you guys want to check out more of it, like, I'd rather you guys check it out on their page. But no more Starbucks then. Yeah, did you guys see that too? That got buried real quick. The guy that was saying he worked at a Starbucks in the tunnels in Los Angeles, and that they just get free coffee. It's like the actor bond instead of the Autobahn. And, yeah, he had to sign an NDA and stuff, but then the NDA ran out, so then he was talking about it and confirming, like, they have their whole own little fucking city under there. Like Ali was saying, Lamisha Fuller. No, we're not being a talk show today for anybody. I think that's a lot of distraction and stuff too. Like, I feel like there's some elements of truth to some of the stuff that Adria English and Lamisha were saying to do with their own stories, but again, all of that, and with the Jaguar rights stuff, like, all of it was getting so distracted from the fucking point. Like, let's just focus on the children. Like, we get that there's a whole situation, we get that we get that there's whatever he said, she said, whatever, but at the end of the day, like, okay, how about we focus on the children? So, what video? Okay, hold on, I'll see if I can just find it, and I'll drop a link, so if you guys want to see the full version, you got it. But there's tons of videos. Like, if you just search Underground Tunnels Los Angeles or Underground Tunnels New York, like, it's not like they're trying to hide it. They're just, nobody thinks to look, because They do so much of a good time covering up why you would even look at the tunnels. You know what I mean? Like, oh, the tunnels, like the mole people live under there. Like, there's those areas too. That's kind of what people think of, like homeless live under there. And yeah, some tunnels, that's what's happening. But there's so many tunnels everywhere. King Eddie. So then, like, there, you know, what else is going on there? With some of these other ones and with these mansions, where do their tunnels end up going? Are they just tunnels to the pool, or do they connect to the, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, you just got to start asking questions, because you know that the infrastructure is there. That would be a good reason why a lot of these kids go missing right under our noses. They disappear in plain sight, like, or into thin air or whatever, you know what I mean? And they've got cameras everywhere, but they can just disappear. Here is one of the suggestions of why and how that might be possible, right? Oh, yeah. The Shirley Temple, the baby burlesque thing, that was basically all over the friggin' southern seaboard, you know? Like, every major city had a Nickelodeon, where you paid a nickel, and you got to see children doing cabaret shows after hours. All over the place. I actually have a whole friggin' folder of newspaper clippings and stuff about it, and I did with Shirley Temple. I did a whole video about it, and it didn't pan out for me either. I got a little spanking for that too. So, like, now we can probably circle back to that kind of thing. But for a long time, that's the stuff they don't want you to know about. That it's all been built on the backs of children. So many industries, so much, like, and whether it's directly, indirectly. Here we go. They're talking about prohibition. They give you like a little prohibition spiel here. So we know it existed. Look at that. All these people doing an illegal thing. Right under the government and everybody's nose. How did they build all these tunnels without anyone noticing? You know? Like, let's start using our brains. Historical stuff. Like, if you look at history, we can have a clearer view of what's going on now. You know what I mean? Hollywood, yeah, it's all part of the same program, man. Yeah, it's like the same playbook. There's different little playbooks for different outcomes of what they want, and it all starts with trauma-based programming. Like, you got to have some serious trauma to be able to have that baseline malleability. So that's why a lot of people, it seems, that end up being really, really famous, they've come from a pretty messy situation. Like, if you look at Marilyn Monroe, and you look at her history, she went through a lot of serious stuff, like a lot of essay, a lot of bouncing around. Her mom was a little bit iffy. You know, we can go right into that story, but I think a lot of you guys know the long and short of that. Most of you, if you're here, you probably know a bit about all of those things, you know. I'm Tesmosis, and this is my channel. Who the fuck else is talking? Where do you fucking think you are? Like, look at the channel name, look at the, you know, that's, yeah, look at the channel. I don't know what you're asking. Anyway, so I'll let them talk a little bit, but I just don't want to, like I said, I just don't want to play like their whole friggin' video. But this is getting to the point.
Is that famous Stonehorn signs you always see online? Well, it sounds like this place is...
Sorry, I didn't mean to be rude there. I'm just a little fired up talking about the kids here. Doesn't matter who I am. It doesn't matter who's talking. We're talking about the kids. Let's just talk about the kids, mainly. I guess is why I don't know. I don't need to be so fired up, but, you know.
Gonna fall down around us.
Yeah.
Creepy. Ooh, what's that?
And then the video being played is the Oddity Odyssey, and they're showing us the underground Los Angeles tunnels and under the King Eddie. So if you want to, or Angel Wings, did you grab, actually here, I still have it. Do you want to copy this link so then if anybody asks for it again or wants to know what we're watching, they've got the link to it? Okay. I guess. Sure, cool.
Some kind of vent.
Should we try to go up there?
You're thinner.
Yeah, thanks, but you're not wearing a skirt.
Oh, goodness. Oh, my
Not gonna do
goodness.
it. Nope, not gonna happen.
Not gonna happen?
Wonder what goes down that tunnel. Wonder if that's you know, this for this part. That's kind of what I wondered with this, and maybe I'm a little too cynical and a little too, You know, but what's going on there? Do you see that? The handprint? Like the hand smear? To the top, just above her on the right side? We're here to just talk about the children. See, now you're just distracting. Now you're all just distracting. It's obviously not. Obviously not. And I don't think that it's the same at all, but I think you guys are just trying to distract from the fucking point. How about we just talk about the kids? Who cares who's talking? Let's just talk about the kids. So yeah, do you see all the scrapes, all the scraping, and then it's like somebody's tried to climb back up through? And look at that smear. Right? So what are they putting down the hole that's trying to still come back up the hole? Like, just that alone with this tunnel video was something that stood out to me.
Nope, not gonna happen.
Not gonna happen?
You can't even get up there.
I could probably get up there.
There's nothing to hold on to. It's just slick.
Yeah, right? And look at all this, like, tell me that not some, at least, like, 25% of that's not people trying to claw their way back up. You know what I mean? Like, maybe not, maybe it is, I don't know. Just speculation. I'm just, you know, and again, maybe I'm just cynical, but it definitely looks like something's also tried to get back up there. So, like how Ali was saying, that once you get down to these tunnels, like, you don't know how to get out. Like, the further you try to go, it's almost like the deeper you get in, right? Well, here's an example where kids might be like, okay, no, there's a way up, and be trying to, you know what I mean? Kind of seems like a little bit, maybe not. I could be wrong. I don't know. It's just speculation, purely speculation. But doesn't it though? Authentically Shani, thank you. Kind of does. And then let me go back to that one spot where it was like right above her. It almost looked like a handprint of a smear.
I could probably get up there.
And it's faded or whatever, but like a bloody smeared print.
There's nothing to hold on to. It's just slick.
Hold on.
It's gonna have to remain a mystery where this leads.
I might have to go back a little further. Hold on. You guys saw it though, right? You guys saw what I could see while she was up in there.
Oh goodness. Oh my goodness.
Nope, not
That
gonna happen.
smear that was a little further up. Looks like a really dried blood, old or like muddy. Like that's a hand. That's a hand smear, is it not? Maybe not. Maybe not. But this is below the in Los Angeles, below the King Eddy. So I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but like here's a possibility. Here are some possibilities of what could be going on, because this is a pretty big underground area. And where does it all go? Like, look at this. We got some different like areas that are blocked off that you could go to the left or the right. But who knows where they go? I think there's another thing in here that you guys should check out, but that's pretty much the long and short of what I wanted to show to this video here. Another side tunnel, but it's locked and it's lit.
Tunnels
So
were
what's
used
going
to
on?
move like over $1 billion worth of tax revenue. And there were like machine gun guards and stuff.
Well, I heard they used to also transport high-profile criminals like Mickey Cohen,
Crazy.
mobster guy.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
And then like, so where do all these things go? Like, okay, so they have an excuse, or they talk about what the reason is. They're like, oh well, they used to bring, this is where they'd bring the tax dollars down so no, they wouldn't get robbed, or this is where they would transport files or whatever, like whatever it is. But what's all down here? What else is down here? Oh, you know what else? The bottom of the King Eddy, the bar that this connects to. There's a bar it connects to because Prohibition, right? That's where we're going with this.
This could be the door to an old speakeasy, you know, because you can't have alcohol above. You bring it all down here and everybody would just have a good time. There is another door on the inside.
Does it open? Oh, that's like a new freaking
Push
door.
the exit.
Yeah. No, like for sure, but this is like the dots we're trying to connect, right? Like this is it right here. So this is the tunnel, and it's supposed to be like this government building, but it connects to old bars, And we know it exists. We know this exists. So what else are they using this stuff for? Right? Like, and it's well lit. It seems to be pretty well maintained for the most part in certain areas, maybe not down others. But if you're going to be bringing clientele down one way and product down another way, you know what I mean? You got to start putting it together, start speculating how this could be happening. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe none of this has to do with that, but it's showing that there are tunnels, because people want to say the tunnels don't exist. There's no tunnels. Like, oh, so-and-so is crazy, you know, but that, they do. All over the place they exist. And whether they're all used for sinister things or not, that's a whole different thing, but we know they exist.
These old tunnels are now used for Hall of Records and Hall of Administration employees to walk through, as well as storage. But there's still a sense of debauchery in the air about what used to take place here.
Exactly what she just said. There you go. Like, now it's used as Hall of Records and but it's like she could tell it feels creepy there, right? I can't say for sure that these tunnels are used for anything sinister or nefarious, like I said, but you got to think that there are people that are evil people that would know where some of these types of tunnels would be and would use them to their advantage, you know? Like, they would purposely go buy these properties with that specifically in mind. Do you know what I mean?
As Mark Twain said, nothing so needs reforming as other people's habits. Fanatics will never learn that though it be written in letters of gold across the sky, it is prohibition that makes anything precious. Well.
Oh, my lord. That's kind of gross a little bit, though. Like, it's a precious resource because you can't have it. And I guess maybe that's what's made it so such a big deal, because people, when you have all the money in the world and you can buy everything you want, you start to, like, it's almost like when you got a cheat in a game, all the cheat codes in a game, and it kind of makes the game boring. So then what do? So these people, it's like they're always raising the bar for something that's going to give them a rise, you know, till it gets to the point that it's forbidden fruits. Do you know what I mean? And it's fucked up to say and to think, but we got to start looking at it in a more aware, like a little more of an aware lens, you know? All the cities, Washington, yeah. Absolutely. Prohibition era. See, you know what's going on, Ultimate Entertainment.
Speakeasy in the basement. Could be a rumor. We don't know. So we're going to go ahead and talk to Chris, the owner, and see what he can tell us about it. Today we are here with Chris Caston, owner of the one and only King Eddie's Saloon. And how long have you been the owner of this bar?
We took over in September of last year, 2016.
Okay. So pretty recent. And they have a full bar, and they also have live music.
That's right.
I heard. So
Yep.
Stop by if you can on Friday and Saturday.
Okay, I'm just gonna skip to, it's an old hotel, and it used to have a secret basement bar. Just have a look at this little bar and the pictures on the wall and stuff. I'm not saying that this guy's doing anything wrong. Not saying that this is a location that has anything to do with anything, but just we're just giving you some more information about what can exist in places that if people, obviously if this guy's showing the whole thing, probably nothing's going on. If he's willing to show you and do tours, probably nothing's going on in this place, right? But these places exist all the way up and down the street, all the way around in major cities, you know? Sometimes more of the bigger cities, it's more prevalent. But same as how anything is. In a small town, you're going to, you have the one cinema. You've got, your 4 pharmacies. Like, obviously you have less in a small city as you would to a big city, right?
So, watch your step.
All right. Oh.
Oh, I'm talking to myself muted. I was going to say, so he probably isn't doing anything wrong because he's showing it, but who's to say that the person that owned this before him wasn't doing something a little iffy? Because when you see what's in the basement and the pictures on the walls and stuff, it is a little ooky. It's a little bit of like an icky, But this guy, I'm not saying that this guy's done anything wrong, because he's given a tour. Probably he's not doing nothing wrong,
Creepy old stairs.
And all of this is in its original form.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably been painted, but yeah, it's...
Oh, do you need a secret knock to get in there?
Oh, yeah, I've seen something about that. That was a little weird. With the, I feel like they're going to be doing damage control because now too many people are looking and they know like that this is a thing. Like they know that there's a big issue, that there's a big elephant in the room. So they're going to be trying to cover their tracks in ways, you know? So it almost is like, oh, well, maybe we should be looking closer at that. They swore up and down there was nothing going on there, and that, oh, he didn't find anything, and then, oh, blah, 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 blah. Same as they didn't find tunnels underneath the McMartin case, or whatever it was, the McMartin preschool case. And they're like, oh, yeah, we did a whole archaeological da-da-da-da-da, is what was reported. But guess what? I've got the papers that show there were tunnels. There were secret passageways, like the whole full archaeological report. But the news reported they didn't find anything. So it's like, this is why people got to look for themselves. And then they're like, oh, you're a crazy conspiracy theorist. Well, but that's how the truth comes out. You know, how many people were saying stuff about, MK and the JFK thing. That was something weird. Like, all these things over time that now they've admitted, oh yeah, all these conspiracy people were right, you know? So if we didn't ask questions, we didn't look closer at the thing ourselves, who's gonna, you know?
There it is. Hopefully no one's home.
Wow.
A whole bar under the ground, like in a whole big space, just hanging out under the bar, under the hotel.
What are these paintings over here?
So these are all the original murals from the Speakeasy. This middle area was where they serviced all the customers and everything. So you can see also some of these sort of crazy.
So why are there children's paintings, though? That's the thing. And not that this guy's doing anything wrong, but did you see the walls? And I think it shows them a little better later, too. But why does it look like, you know, and then what is this? It's like a chalkboard in the middle there, and then see those paintings on the walls? Like, what is going on? It's part of a video I'm working on. I'm probably going to touch on it in, like, the John Bonet video as well, because a lot of that stuff connects together. It's for a video, that's why I have it. For sure. I'm sitting on, like, 47,000 videos, though, like, with the amount of stuff I got. So if I can find ways to, like, bring it all together in one video more, like, I've been able to link, I don't know. My brain's kind of tired. It's been a long day. But yeah, the McMartin thing, the Presidio thing, the John Bonet thing, obviously, like, the Franklin conspiracy thing. There's all of those things do connect in such a way, and then more. There's more things. So the more that I can connect in one, like, that's more likely to be the deciding factor of what I do for a video, or when, like, what video is more the priority, I guess you could say. If I'm able to get more information packed into it all at once, you know? Which, that's why John Bonet, man, like, she's a big deal. She, like, that connects us so many things, and, like, whether or not we ever figure out exactly what happened to her, it opens so many cans of worms about this whole topic, you know?
They serviced all the customers and everything, so you can see also some of these sort of crazy fantasy paintings they had.
So you own essentially a little museum.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ted Gunderson, man, he tried to fight and talk about all this stuff for a long time. Also, yeah, he's a advocate for sure. And I've touched on some stuff to do with him, actually, in the John Bonet video to begin with, when actually, because Michael Aquino comes up, and the Kathy O'Brien thing. Like, so many things, because it all overlaps, too. Like, if you really know and want to look at the bigger picture, it all overlaps. It all connects in a way. It's like, you know, they say 6 degrees of separation. Like, all people know each other through 6 people in any given area or whatever. With this kind of thing, it's like, it's a club. It's one big club, and you're not in it, right? So it's like 2 degrees of separation. It's all connected, because everybody's like, they're different hubs. It's like with drug trafficking. You know, there's different groups and, like, that sell different things, I guess you could say. I'm trying to think of the words that I can say for this without it sounding like, I don't know. It's so hard to talk about it and make it make sense without it sounding so revolting at the same time. And it is revolting. Obviously, we want it to sound revolting also, but, like, it just, ugh. I don't know how I ever get to sleep or eat ever for the amount of things that I know and talk about. It's like, fuck. But yeah, it all connects up. It all connects in a way because I guess that's all I can say about that. You know, you got to word it very carefully, and you got to be very specific too, because it is a lot to digest and absorb. And if you go too hard, people don't want to hear it at all. They're like, no, that's too much, or that can't be real, you know. So the way that you present it and describe it, and you know, it's got to be in such a way if we're gonna get anywhere. You know what I mean? So just keep an eye out for the next video, or watch the JonBenét video when you got a chance, and then keep an eye out for the part 2, because it's full of information. And then, like I said too, the Charlie Sheen, so much information to do with different organized syndicates. But anyways, continuing with this, you can see, like, again, like the artwork alone sort of just makes it kind of gross, right? Like being a basement, a grimy basement of a bar with like daycare looking paintings on the walls, you know? Like that's kind of it makes you question it anyway. And again, not saying this guy's doing anything wrong, or that this bar or anything is to do with anything, but at some point it seems that somebody owned this place and there was something weird going on in the basement.
In the 1920s.
And we get a lot of interest from mural enthusiasts at least once a day, usually more than once a day, whether they are curious about the speakeasy or more often it's the tunnels, because everyone wants to explore the tunnels. So, but this is all original.
Yeah. Well, it's like, it doesn't make sense. The way that they've been presenting it for 30 years, or just about 30 years, doesn't make any freaking sense. The only way you can make sense of it is if you connect all those little dots that they don't want you to look at. Like, those dots count. All the dots make sense, right? Like, that's the only way it makes sense, because nothing else made sense ever the whole time. And they didn't want you to look at certain things for a reason, right? So definitely, yeah, like I'm just about done. I don't want to say for sure, because like once I find another rabbit hole, it could add a lot more time to it. Like, you find things as you go, so I can't really give a timeline, but I am a good amount into the script of having a lot of the information put together and have a good rough idea of where it's going. Well, obviously, because, you know, I know the case, and we all know the case, but all the different little bits and pieces of information are coming together in the script. And there may be some more things I find along the way that I want to include that might make it take a little more time, but I think I've got most of the meat and potatoes of it in one place, I guess you could say. And I've been working on that in between everything else. But with this alley thing and the smear campaign, I kind of jumped on that too, and that took some time away from the JonBenét thing. But other than me doing the little commentary for the House of My Mother, Sherry Frankie's book, and then just keeping up with this alley thing and doing this virtual march this weekend, other than that, I'm spending all day and night, like from wake till sleep, doing all this stuff, doing the JonBenét thing. So I'm hoping by, I don't want to say by next week, but I'm hoping I'm in the final stages by next week at least, so that I can give a little bit of a better idea when that'll be ready. But you can't rush it. You really can't rush, because, you know, right when you're getting to where you think you're close to done, there's more. But wait, there's more, you know, so then it's deciding if I want to wait and keep it for a third part, or try to get it all into a second part. But then you kind of got to wait till you've recorded a good chunk to know how long that second part's going to be. Maybe do a presentation Q&A. Yeah, I mean, maybe at some point, maybe I'll do a live and do a Q&A. I hadn't done a live in a long time, so getting on here just today, doing this, is kind of already got me warmed up again for it. So maybe, yeah, in between, before the next part comes out, or just after, once I drop the next part. And then if there is going to be more parts, or whichever, I don't know. It's fair use statute also, by the way. Angela, thank you for that. I appreciate that. But fair use statute, 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 fair use statute of copyright law. I see what you're doing there, though. I appreciate that. I think it's in the description too, anyway, actually. And it's cool as long as I'm doing enough in between, and like we just don't want it to end up getting us blocked or spanked or overdoing it, right? But once again, like, kind of opens it up for you, though. Like, that house, by the way, so speaking of JonBenét, JonBenét's house, they were built in 1927 during Prohibition. When they bought it, they did a huge amount of renovations. So whether or not there were existing tunnels or not, or whether or not they were usable or not, some might suggest that there was tunnels there, and that there were more areas in the basement that the law enforcement wouldn't have known were there and didn't have access to, and that maybe she wasn't there until closer to the time, because people had looked in that area before and couldn't find her. So, you know, that's going to be something I'll explore a little bit more in that video with the tunnels. It all comes back to the tunnels, man.
I see more of what it's like over there. It's a little bit faded, but here I can see.
Yeah, we got a keg with the draft beer being poured. It's all a little bit cartoony, but kind of cool and retro. And now you got your light, so let's go back to this creepy.
Well, there is something behind here.
I'll follow you in there.
Yeah.
On this side, we have some more of the old funky murals.
Okay.
Which, again, funky murals. Yeah, they're funky, all right. They're really funky, like as if it was a daycare or something one time. Ugh. Message insanely appreciated. Thank you guys. No, I'm glad to be able to share it. I'm glad we are here now. We are all here now. Thank freaking goodness. Like, goddamn, we've all needed to be here for a long time, but you know, it's better late than never. We're all on the same page. We're all getting it now. That's the main thing. So I'm just glad you guys are all here to hear it and you're open to it. Like, a lot of people aren't open to hearing this kind of stuff either, you know?
And now we're underneath the sidewalk.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're right here off of 5th. This is 5th Street here, and Los Angeles is behind us.
So the building really ends right here at the doorway.
Right.
And this is under the street.
This is the main load-bearing wall here. You can see there's been a lot of tarring to prevent leaks.
Yeah.
So more murals as we go around. That always clues you in that we're still in speakeasy zone.
Uh-huh. So is this under...
So this is Los Angeles Street,
Okay.
right. So this is what was the old ice chest.
Yeah, definitely. Like, on its own, already it was kind of like a hidden area, but they didn't, like, once they found the body too, they didn't really look too much further from that. And you can see now too, like, how easily hidden some of these secret passages and, you know, could be. And like the Fleet White and the Whites showed up basically when the cops showed up. So you're telling me at 5:30 in the morning they called up their friends, and the friends were up and ready and dressed and like at their house just like that? Like, you know, it just there's just certain things doesn't make sense. But if you start adding in these other variables, it makes a little more sense. If they had a tunnel going straight kitty corner across, diagonally across, rather than having to drive on the streets and whatever, you know, I don't know.
For keeping all the beer cold.
Okay.
And obviously it's pretty big, so you figure they did a lot of business down here if you had an ice chest this big.
And then a window for...
I think...
Yeah, I think it was like a Diddy video or something. I included bits of this in. I can't remember exactly what, but I hang on to pretty much everything if it had any importance at any time for anything, just in case, you know?
Serving, yeah, or maybe even just reaching it. I don't really know.
Easy access?
Yeah. But if you want to peek in there, it's definitely creepy.
Yeah. Can you give me a beer, please? Just
Yeah, let me
unpack one.
Let me get that for you.
Kind of thirsty.
This is so cool. If they ever have another prohibition, we know where to come. You're gonna be ready for it.
So tell me, what was this area used for?
So
They went down in from the bar. They went to the bar itself, and then they brought them down through the bar to the basement.
this was a lift that would go up through the sidewalk. You've seen those metal, doors on sidewalks that in the old days used to open up and you'd freight whatever you had to freight down to the basement.
Yeah, there's some old
there's lots of gears and pulley wheels.
That's so cool. Virtually untouched since the 20s era.
Yeah. In case we need to rebuild it.
Yeah.
All the materials are there.
Exactly.
See though, like some of them might be broken down, decrepit, no longer used, like it's all not been renovated or taken care of. But what if people bought them specifically for the tunnels and then made them better, fixed them up and made them usable, and you know what I mean? Thank you, Beatrice. Thank you, Winnie. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody, for being here and just like having the open mind to see what more can be seen. That's not, that's hidden in plain sight. That's not something that they really teach you about necessarily. They teach you about Prohibition tunnels. They teach you about trafficking, but they don't really put it together. So this is what we got to do. We got to connect the dots.
Well, thank you so much for the tour.
My pleasure.
It's been very interesting.
Yeah, good to have you guys.
I appreciate it. One of the unique things about downtown.
And that at the end, did you see at the end there? Like, what is that? Those look like things on the walls that it would be like, keep the kids occupied. It's like little art or something. I don't know, man. And then it's like in a really, I don't know. It's just, the whole thing makes you feel a little like, something weird there. Yeah, and there's tunnels at Disney. There's that guy that, I wonder if I can find that one. Like, and I don't know how long you guys want to go here. Like, we maybe go a few hours tonight. I maybe do another stream tomorrow. We keep it going because Ali wants us to do it all weekend, and I think that's a great idea. Actually, we're almost getting to 2 hours here, so I might take 5 and use the facilities and get a drink and keep this rocking and rolling too, maybe. So maybe we take 5 in between. But I have one that it's the guy under Disney, the Disney tunnel. That I'm pretty sure I used it in a Diddy video, probably also. Yeah, I got it. Secret Cave into Disneyland, David August. It's probably still on YouTube also. So again, like if you guys wanted to watch the whole thing yourselves, you're more than welcome to do so. But yeah, maybe we'll take 5 here, real quick. Actually, I was fiddling around a bit with this AI thing to make songs, and I was trying to make some for the TikTok, like that was like the advertisement for TikTok. So I do have a couple songs that are like themed for this. So actually, if you give me 2 seconds, I'm gonna send them to myself so that I have them on the right computer here. And then maybe I'll put a couple little songs on in between, and then we'll take 5, and then I'll come back and we'll continue. So does that sound okay to you guys? Let's watch the first time the website shared Valley telling about her stuff. Yeah, you checked out. There's like tons of resources and stuff on there too. So that's why people are like, oh, where's the evidence? Where's this? Where's that? Probably if like you looked, you know, like it's not like she's hiding. It's not like she's, you know what I mean? And not saying that you weren't looking, but you know what I'm saying? Like some people just, they won't take the time to even look at the site or take any of it in. They're just taking in what they hear and regurgitating it, right? That's exactly what you're referencing. Yeah. Wish people tunnels, grow sack, use your phone, take us there. Well, that's the thing though, is it's like there's so many tunnels that maybe they're being kept in one place in one set of tunnels, but then they're moving them around and stuff too, right? Like they're all over the fucking place. So how are you gonna know? Who's gonna know? And again, okay, yeah, maybe you know where the mafia is and where they keep kilos of cocaine, but you're gonna just come busting in and steal their drugs, like, because it's illegal. Like it's not that simple, you know. There's too much more to it. True, Angelin, thank you. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Joining this live in the chat, awesome. That's awesome. It's great when you're actually able to talk about the things you want to talk about. You know, I feel like I've been beating around the bush and dancing around the big elephant in the room for so long. Like it's awful, obviously, but I'm ecstatic that we are here now and that we can all talk about this shit now because somebody needs to. Ugh. Okay. All right. So yeah, give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna just send these to myself, and I'll play them for you. They're pretty good. Like I picked just the one for the ad for TikTok or whatever, but there was a bunch of them. I made a few of them and they all turned out pretty decent. They're pretty haunting, and like the AI got what I was asking for. I'll just put it that way, which I don't know if that's a good thing or not. It knows the pain or something, you know. So just give me 2 seconds, 'cause it's just it'll upload from that side and then I can download from the other side. Are you gonna do it for me? Yep, cool. Alright, then give me 2 seconds. I gotta open up the thing here. Deepy-doo.
Pleasure.
It's been very interesting.
Yeah, good to have you guys.
I appreciate it.
See if there's... Yeah, I think that was pretty much it.
And a chance to explore. As F. Scott Fitzgerald wrote, so we beat on, boats against the current, borne back ceaselessly into the past.
Unfortunately, we can't encourage you to come see these tunnels for yourself since they are officially closed to the public, but we do hope you'll make it by...
Oh, I guess he doesn't do tours. It's just, they just let them do a tour. That's too bad. But the fact that he showed it probably is a good sign that he's not up to no good with those tunnels. But sorry, okay, I'm just waiting for this to load, and then I'll get the tune going. But I wanted to just double check that there wasn't anything else that we should cover that was in that video. Okay, here we go. 1 second. Just gonna try to just download them all at once, and then we'll make it easier. Put them in our the main folder for all that. Alright, that should be enough. I want to line up a few just in case. So I'm gonna probably take 2 to 5 minutes maybe, and it gives you guys a chance to stretch your legs and take a couple minutes too. What do we want to open this with though? Oh, you know what? It's like I've never done this before or something. Jeez. Just haven't been in the swing of it for a while. I haven't streamed or done any of this in a long time. So I usually have it all ready, set to go kind of thing ahead of time, but alright, here we go. I'm going to put some tunes, give you guys a couple minutes. You guys can take, like I said, your couple minutes too. Grab some water, use the facilities, whatever you need to do. We'll be about, like I said, 3 to 5 minutes, and then we'll continue. Do you think Mr. Beast toured at Underground City? I didn't know about that. I don't know what I think about that. I think it's good that people are becoming more aware to the fact that there's tunnels. I think it's good that it's not a secret so much anymore, but I don't know. I don't know what I think about that. I mean, I guess if he's showing it, I don't know. I'll think about it for a couple minutes while I'm taking 5. How about that? And I'll see if I come back with a better answer for you. Alright, without further ado, I'm going to play this, and like I said, yeah, about 5 minutes, guys, and we'll be right back.
In the shadows lies their cry, hidden faces passing by, whispered names in vacant halls, echoes fade but the pain calls. Walls are dark where hope is thin, lost in places they never been. Silent screams beneath the stars, hearts grow cold from endless scars. Walls are dark where hope is thin, lost in places they've never been. Silent screams beneath the stars, hearts grow cold from endless scars. Silent echoes in the night, lost and broken out of sight. Tears that fall like pouring rain, mourning in this world of pain. Eyes of sorrow pleading still, empty beds and wishes unfulfilled. Every photo tells a tale of innocence that cruelness steals. Can you hear their desperate pleas through the forests or the seas? Wandering in dreams so black, yearning for a path back. Hands that once knew tender love now reach out to skies above. Darkness wraps their fragile frame, life reduced to just a name. Life reduced to just a name. faces on the poster stare so cold. Stories of their lives only half told. In the hearts of the lonely, memories hold just a name left in the world, so bold. In a place where shadows tell their tales, half-buried dreams that time derails, we reach out hands amid the veils for the lost kids' laughter trails. Cruelty sits on the throne made of lies, hiding in the creases under the guise of splendor and glory, tramples and flies, leaving behind broken hearts and cries. Evil's touch in the corners of the street, stolen childhoods below our feet. The world forgetting voices so sweet, a silent march to a beat that's so discreet. In a place where shadows tell their tales, half-buried dreams that time derails, we reach out hands amid the veils for the lost kids' laughter trails. In the shadow of our dreams so cold, children's laughter echoes, stories left untold. Broken toys and whispered fears, fading hope through endless tears. Midnight moonlight can't heal their pain, silent cries in the pouring rain, paper boats on rivers of despair. Little hearts that need repair, little hearts that need repair. Save the children, save their souls, patch the pieces, make them whole. From the ashes, let them rise. See the world through innocent eyes. Hands reach and holding on to dreams so bright. Listen closely to their plea. Be the change they need to see. Save the children, save their souls. Catch the pieces, make them whole. From the ashes, let them rise. See the world through innocent eyes. Tiny footsteps in the dark of night, innocence lost to a shadow's fright. Where did the laughter disappear? Mother's cry drowned out by fear. Hope is whispering through the pain. Sunset tears in the pouring rain. Echoes of childhood faint and gray. Stolen dreams drifting away. Bring them back from the edge of dark. Return the light, ignite the spark. Hands that reach through the veil of sorrow. Brighten the world for a brighter tomorrow. Broken hearts on a broken street, where innocence and nightmare meet. Silent prayers for a safe return. Candle flames in the night they burn.
Okay, we're back. I'm mostly back, but actually, do you want me to just finish that song? It's another like 50 seconds. May as well let it play through. But, yeah, that one, that one turned out so powerful. It was, it's a gooder. The one Save the Children one, that's the one I ended up using, for the TikTok. Turned out pretty decent. It's pretty crazy for being AI, these songs. It's crazy getting so advanced. But yeah, I'll just let the last 50 seconds, may as well let it play through. And actually, I might even let the next song play, because you know, yeah, I gotta feed the animals here in a minute anyway, and I maybe should let my Dugas out for a quick piddle. So actually, if you guys don't mind, if you're enjoying the music and you don't mind another 2 minutes, I would really appreciate if you guys hang tight with me. The Shirley Temple isn't dead. I think Shirley Temple is still alive, isn't she? She did a, maybe not now though, but I don't know, I remember seeing something she did not long ago, I thought. But yeah, I'm gonna let this song finish this song, and then it's gonna play another couple minutes, and then yeah, because then I can just get that out of the way, and then we're good for another couple hours here. And we're just gonna keep trying to go. I'm gonna go for as long as I can, I guess. And we'll switch it up. We'll go down a different rabbit hole if you guys want when I get back, or we can check out more of. Oh, actually, we're gonna do the Disneyland cave tunnel when I come back, and then we'll go on to the next thing.
We won't forget, we won't retreat. Every name, a heartbeat in the beat. Raise the voices, let it be known. We reclaim what the shadows own. Bring them back from the edge of dark. Return the light, ignite the spark. Hands that reach through the veil of sorrow. Brighten the world for a brighter tomorrow. heavy shroud. Lost souls in the bustling crowd. Little faces gone astray. Innocence fades to gray. Crying out in the silent night. Lost in dreams that have taken flight. Where did they go? Who's to say? In the dark they've lost their way. Shadows lurking in plain sight. Evil masked by flickering light. Tender hearts taken too soon. Lost beneath the cold, cruel moon. Crying out in the silent night. Lost in dreams that have taken flight. Where did they go? Who's to say? In the dark they've lost their way. Shadows lurking in plain sight. Evil masked by flickering light. Tender hearts taken too soon. Lost beneath the cold, cruel moon. Crying out in the silent night. Lost in dreams that have taken flight. Where did they go? Who's to say? In the dark they've lost their way. Shadows lurking in plain sight. Evil masked by flickering light. Tender hearts taken too soon. Lost beneath the cold, cruel moon. Whispered prayers for their return. Candles flicker while we yearn. Hope is fragile like morning dew. For the ones we wish we knew. Eyes once bright now hold the pain. Through the tears we seek in vain. World so heavy, heart so light. Searching ever for the light. In shadows they wander streets all alone. Faces fading, pictures staring from stone. Hope is a whisper in the cold night's air. Dreams are scattered, lost without repair. Silent screams echo where light once gleamed. Children's laughter now a distant dream. The world spins dark neath a veil of grief. Innocence shattered, stolen like a thief. Where do they go when the darkness falls? Into the night, answering unknown calls. Eyes of the lost searching for the light. A beacon in the never-ending night. Mothers crying, fathers broken inside. In empty rooms, love has nowhere to hide. Life's a cruel puzzle with pieces gone. Searching everywhere from dusk till dawn. Broken angels calling from the breach. Hands reaching out, but ever out of reach. Memories linger like a ghost laid blind. Hoping someday there's a trace they find. Where do they go when the darkness falls? Into the night, answering unknown calls. Eyes of the lost searching for the light. A beacon in the never-ending night.
Okay, and we're back. Thank you, Angel Wings, for holding her down while I was gone. Appreciate you guys for sticking around and being patient with me here while I got everything figured out over here. Yeah, with that, I don't even know. It's just a distraction, honestly. So we let her be for a minute, and I think maybe just 10 minutes of a timeout for now. And then if they'd like to come back and focus on the children, that would be great. They want to share their story maybe in the comments or something, like afterwards or whichever. But I think it just, yeah, I don't know. I saw that though, and yeah, I was giving it a minute too to be like, okay. But we just definitely, yeah, we want to just keep focusing on the children here. And, you know, the Shirley Temple story is quite captivating and fascinating as far as, you know, it does fit in, but, you know, that was then and this is now. But, you know, and yeah, Judy Garland, Marilyn, it all goes in the same thing, but she was, yeah, I don't know, seemed like it was just giving too much of it was distracting, it was a distraction. And they're going to try to throw off and distract in different ways, like whether it's bots or, I don't know, maybe it's not a bot, I don't know, but, yeah, I agree, thank you, though, and you were handling it quite well. I saw what you said there, it's very nice, it's very, very kind. You just went, you're okay, you got your food, what do you need? Are you sad about it, too? I know, it's a sad song and a sad story. My dog's having a little moment over here about it. But yeah, so I want to keep it on the, like, focused on the current, present, discussion though too, you know, and that's definitely something, like, it's a video I'm going to want to do at some point. I want to circle back to that for sure, and if they'd like to share that story there too, I don't know, but it's just not the time or place, you know. Anyways, so moving on, we've got this next video. It's the Disneyland secret cave tunnel that leads from the outside into the Disneyland. So I'm going to play that, and then I don't know where we want to go from there. You guys can decide. But like I said, I'm going to just kind of keep going as long as I can here, and we're just here to raise awareness and be here for the virtual march, as Ali had requested of us, and I thought it was a fantastic idea. It's a great way to, you know, peacefully assemble and mobilize ourselves, and, you know, get things on the forefront, get a lot more people, you know, involved, get more people aware and seeing and knowing what's going on, because it is something that I think people know it happens, but it's not really something that is talked about enough, or that, you know, there's not enough attention brought to it overall, you know what I mean? Like, it's not made very clear of how prevalent and how much of a serious issue it is. It seems like it's one of those things that happens here and there and whatever, but that it's not like an all the time thing, and people don't really think about it. But it is an all the time thing, and it's all over the place, and it's, you know, from far and wide across the globe, 1 million kids going missing every year. So, you know, what's the story, Morning Glory? But anyways, this guy, if you guys, I'm going to see here. I'll see if I can find it, too, right on YouTube. It might not be on YouTube anymore. I don't know, because it is pretty edgy, to be honest. But I'll see if I can find it, and I'll drop the link for you guys, too. So if you want to check out the full version yourself, because I'm going to just, like, the same idea. I'm going to play little bits, bits and pieces, but not the whole thing. Just so then we're being respectful of the guidelines here, so everybody's happy. Here we go. I found it. So give me 1 second. I'm gonna grab the link. And then, yeah, Angel, if you don't mind, you can grab up the link, so then if anybody asks where to find this specific video, we've got it. Definitely. I agree, Techno Hippie. You gotta start somewhere. I mean, it does. It seems like I was saying earlier, it's like Mount Everest. It seems like it's so much of a climb and so much to do. You know, there's so much to it. It's so complex and so widespread that it seems so overwhelming, and like, what do we even do about it? But we got to do something. You can't just sit around doing nothing all the time about it, you know? So let me catch up with you guys here. Just because you were abused by one doesn't mean police did rescue. Honestly, if you look up Disneyland child ring, you'd be actually pretty shocked how many employees at at those different locations end up being tied to different things. There's been a lot lately though, so I've been wondering if the Diddy thing is like kind of cracked open the can of worms for a lot of the different rings, because I've seen a lot of busts. You don't hear about a lot of it, but I mean I keep my eye on this stuff, so I've seen quite a few. So I think, you know, things are happening. We're making progress. Definitely more progress this past year than like the last several combined. 100%. So here's that link one more time. I think I did drop it already, but one more time if you guys wanted to save it or check it out yourselves later on or whatever. Right away, I don't care. Whatever you guys want to do. It's free country. But here we go.
It goes into Disneyland. Now,
let me go back a tiny bit because he explains it a little more.
hi. I'm here at the entrance of the secret cave that goes into Disneyland. Now, if this works and it actually does go into Disneyland, I have an annual pass, so I'm not trying to steal admission. Here goes. It's kind of short. It's gotten pretty dark.
Oh yeah, and did you guys know that if you have a Disney Plus subscription, if something bad happens to you at a Disney, they are, like, you can't do anything about it. You basically agreed to not go against them, to have any legal action against them. So yeah, they've, they really know what they're doing with what they're doing. And whether or not they're involved in anything specifically or not, it definitely sets the tone in such a way, you know?
Glow stick.
Sebastian Soto ran from fires and he's in a hotel. All he's getting is fire and Amber Alerts. Well, at least Amber Alerts are happening, but I guess people are like, I mean, let's look at what area is affected, and those are the kind of kids that, yeah, for sure, you're probably going to get Amber Alerts for those. But that's scary, man. Like, how many kids are just getting scooped up as we speak? Like, how many kids went missing during the Hawaii thing? And that chief of police ended up getting charged for whatever, I can't remember exactly what they said it was, but it was partially to do with all the kids that went missing. There was like 5,000 kids went missing that they couldn't figure out where they ended up, and they weren't dead. But, you know, so anytime stuff like this happens, it's like a great time for them to get in and be scooping them up. People that want to do bad things, you know, which it's so sad. It's so friggin' scary. And, like, to be the parents right now that, like, when this stuff broke out, were, you know, in the city working and their kids were somewhere else or whatever, and, you know, like, and then the fire, like, splits it up, you know, you can't get to the other side. I can't even imagine what people are going through right now. Like, as much as it's like, you know, maybe this is like a Donnie Darko situation where some stuff's going to be revealed and it's going to be like things are going to change and it's going to open up some stuff for us, and it's obviously destroying the infrastructure of some of this, you know, global network of what's happening. But it's like, it's such a double-edged sword because there's going to be so much collateral damage and, like, all the animals getting affected that are going to be displaced, and, like, oh, it's horrible. The fire thing right now is so freaking bad. Like, I don't even have words. I don't even have words for it because it's such, like, a ripple effect for so many casualties, so much collateral damage that doesn't need to be affected. You know, if bad people's places are burning down and it's going to expose them, like, fine, I guess, like, that's a good thing maybe, but I don't know what to think about it because it's just so bad. It's so bad. Like, so many, like, when you think about it too, with part of that area, there were so many little tiny, like, little art galleries and, like, little kitschy shops and, like, little artsy things. Like, a lot of creatives go out there and do their little thing in all the little corners of all over the place, you know, and all those really old-fashioned, really neat architectured buildings. Like, all this history is being destroyed right now, and it's kind of screwed up. But anyways, we'll continue on.
There we go. That's a little better. This is supposed to come up on Tom Sawyer's Island in Frontierland. which in 1956, Walt Disney was said to have given it to the state of Missouri, and the governor of Missouri was supposed to have annexed it. However, the state of Missouri doesn't confirm that. So I'm not sure if we're coming up in California still. It's getting kind of dark, so I'm going to throw my glow stick ahead of me to make sure there's no sudden drops or anything. Okay.
That's the freakiest part, though, of, like, with these tunnels, like, to explore these tunnels where there's no light, and even if you got, like, a flashlight to see ahead of you, like, to throw the glow stick, because there could be, like, a cavern, and you fall down there, and it's, like, never-ending hole to nowhere.
Okay. Again. A little bit of a drop. So far, so good. I hear people. I think I made it.
You know how freaky that is, too, though? Like, if there are tunnels like that go in and out of these places, like, do you know what that implies, you know?
I think I made it.
This is actually cool.
I did make it. I made it. I made it, I made it, I made it. I am in Disneyland.
Yep. So there's that. You know, and I don't know if you guys heard, but, like, there's been people that have said that their kids would have been, like, that went missing, or that there was a certain event happening. I don't know how much we can go into that whole thing, but this is just another little rabbit hole to a rabbit hole entrance that you guys can explore more so on your own. Because obviously it's one of those things that you're not really supposed to talk about so much, but obviously there's a lot to the whole thing with Disney and the history and, you know, the secrets of Disney. You know, they're like the Club 33 or whatever, and there's all kinds of different theories surrounding that. But it all ties in, right? So definitely wanted to touch on that too. But I think we've gone. Do you guys feel like we've gone hard enough into the tunnel side of things, or do we want to look at that one old Subway video, or do we want to shift over to I don't know, where do you even go from there, you know? How close, yeah, exactly, it's scary. It's scary, because if people know that it's there and they try to snatch a kid out of the park and disappear, you know, and already be out of the park without having to go through security, without having to go through the entrance, like, the implications there are terrifying. And I'm sure that's not the only in-out, you know? So where else do we want to go here? I guess, I mean, we could talk more about the fires, but I honestly, like, I don't really want to go watch a lot of that, because it is a lot. Like, that's trauma. Like, that's giving ourselves trauma on purpose if we go look at more of that. And, I mean, we know it's horrible. We know it's happening. We know the Getty is being hit in a big way, which, you know, so we can talk about it, but I'd rather maybe more so talk about it than be looking at it as much. So I don't know what we'd want to put in the background for that. But I think obviously, like, well, Ali said it. She'd said it, like, not long ago, that there's much bigger things happening that are going to be coming down the line, and keep an eye out for fires and explosions, that they're going to be trying to hide stuff because of how well connected, like, the Diddy thing is, and with these other arrests, which I don't know if you guys even knew what the second arrest was, and if there's a third one incoming, that she said. But the second one she predicted, and it came true as well. The second one was Mike Jeffries, the CEO, the former CEO, pardon me, of Abercrombie & Fitch, which owns a ton of clothing brands, and they do a lot of fashion shows and stuff. And we know the fashion industry is pretty wrought with trafficking. There's actually a Canadian fashion guy, Peter Nygaard, that's going to trial right now, and that's a pretty big thing, but you don't really hear about it. There was the Mohammed Al Fayed thing, which actually, like, finally that came to light, because already that guy was just a creep the whole freaking time. But follow the yellow brick road on that one, man. Jeez. But that kind of connected with the Brittany Murphy thing, and like the like, there's just so much. There's so much that all connects, and it's like, it almost drives you nuts once you've seen this. Like, I apologize in advance, guys, because now that you know what you know, now that we're having this moment here, you guys are gonna start noticing things and putting pieces together yourselves, and you just, there's no looking back. Once you know, and it just gets darker all the time, Yeah, fragrance companies too. It's almost like all of it's a front. Like anything where they're taking pictures or having people for ads, or it's like what Orlando Brown was saying, like that, just look in the Walmart catalog or whatever, and the kids smiling and taking pictures, and like a lot of that is technically trafficking in a way, because then it's getting the foot in the door, and then these kids, like, if the parents asked, to take the kid to the next thing and the next thing, then you go to this edition, and like on its own, really, that's kind of like trafficking, even if they're not being SA'd. You're exploiting a child, in a way. And like look at the JonBenét thing, to circle back to the JonBenét thing and the pageants. And like the one guy, like there was so many red flags about the one photographer who later on he was arrested and charged for exactly what you think. And they were investigating that early on. And the one, the lady that was doing her dresses, like making her dresses, she had admitted to this Steven Singular guy, who was kind of like a journalist, investigator, kind of working with the police, but he was investigating kind of the softcore angle, like how pageants tie in, and it's got that dark underbelly. And the dressmaker lady had admitted that he had come to her and a few other of the moms asking to take spicy photos of the daughters, and that she had said no for her daughter or whatever, and then it was her daughter that was coaching JonBenét on some of her dance choreography and stuff like that. And so they all knew about him, but he was like the best of the best to take pageant pictures of their kids. So for like 10 frigging years or 15 years, just that woman knew, and some of these other moms knew, that he was interested in taking not legal. I don't know, maybe it was legal then in the way that they were doing it, I don't know, but just the way it started, and when I was reading the book, I think it meant nude. So, and then it took, 30 years for him to finally get arrested for it, and he was never really investigated. I don't know, it's so messy, some of these cases, and it really makes you wonder why. Like, it's on purpose that they're trying to fumble the case, But yeah, the fires, man, like, it's hitting a lot of really mean, I don't know what I want to put here. I'm trying to think what I'm going to put as the background thing here. Maybe I'll just go back to having the missing kids thing. But we'll put kids that are under 5, or actually under 10 right now, but from the whole time in the U.S., and so we can get the real picture here. And just have it for the background, because I don't really know. I don't really want to watch the videos of the devastation. I mean, I've seen some of them going around on TikTok, and I reposted some, and we all know what's going on. We know what fire looks like. We know what happens. So I don't think we really need to, like I said, we don't really need to see it and give ourselves more trauma about it, because the whole thing's already, it's pretty, it's part of how they keep us in a trance too, in a way, is like having us exposed to so much trauma all the time. Like stuff in the news, they show us so much crazy stuff, but then they're not talking about the kids, you know what I mean? So it's all, in a way, it's like to distract and to deflect and deter us from what we really need to be looking at, But imagine too, like, what about the prisons? What about these child care facilities and the zoos and vet clinics, like places where there's things that are locked in that can't get out? And if there are kids that were under these places that were not evacuated, like, it's really like, it takes a toll, and knowing this stuff, knowing all this kind of stuff, and living in this world like the way that I do, like I'm reading into this stuff all the time, and it's kind of in my face all the time. You know, the implications of what's going on with the fire right now is, it's just, it's stomach churning, because it's just, you know, because there are kids too, like where, and Allie's talked about it, and whether you want to believe Allie or not, like plenty of people have talked about some of these areas where they keep children in you know, in captivity, so to speak. So if they didn't get to all of them in time to get them out of the way in time, like, because that fire's going pretty fast, man. Like, it's spreading. It made its way up over that hill within, like, less than a half an hour. Like, I was kind of watching it a little bit there for a bit, because, I mean, I kind of have to. I expose myself to the stuff so that I can absorb it, digest it, and feed it back to you guys in a more, you know, bite-sized way. You know what I mean? I guess is the best way to put it, but it's everything that it implies is so horrifying, you know. And then just that one main, there's like the one main road out of there for the coastline, and everybody just abandoning their cars because the fire was spreading so fast that there's just like a whole coastline of on the Pacific Coast Highway there with just cars, all some of them in accidents, but some of them just left, just got out and started running, you know. And it's like, I'm getting a little emotional just thinking about it, because it's like, and people just with their kids, their animals, their pets, just running for dear life. It's a lot, but hopefully, like it's been suggested that it's either going to be uncovering some things, because I don't suspect that it's going to destroy everything either. That maybe that's the intention, but I don't know, guys. It's an awful lot. It's an awful lot of them still floating around in the system, floating around on the street, floating around who knows where. And that's what we all need to, you know. I wish we could all feel this feeling, as horrible as the feeling is, but we all need to get this sickness in our gut about it and use that as fuel, you know. Do you remember the lady that was trying to leave the hospital with her newborn and they wouldn't let her, and the officer body slammed her and the baby? What was that over, like during the lockdown time, I would guess? But oh my god. See, like, but some people, it's like they're so, that's the programming, man. That's some Matrix cult programming. Like, I'm just doing my job. Like, people wonder how people of authority or whatever are gonna do such sick things. But that's like, if you guys ever seen Stanford Prison Experiment and how quickly that got carried away. But yeah, so these are just kids right now that are under 10 from the whole time that they would have gone missing. So from whenever, but right now they're under 10. So a lot of these would have been little babies when they went missing. It's a lot. I almost maybe do need to call it for the night soon. Maybe we'll go for another, like, we'll maybe hit 3 hours here, or 3.5, 4, I don't know. I'll try to keep going as long as I can here, but I just, definitely takes a lot out of you, you know, being in this world and seeing all this darkness all the time. Like, it's such it's a heavy drain on the energy, you know, like it's, and just all the pieces together. The more you start putting more pieces together and the more you see the bigger picture, like, it doesn't get any prettier, you know. It gets clearer, but it gets darker at the same time, you know. But exactly, think about all the people for years and years that were trying to come out and say stuff about various things, different military programs and human experimentation and all of these things that people didn't want to believe it. I think that's what it really comes down to a lot of the time. It's not that they don't believe, it's they don't want to believe. And nobody wants to believe that any of this is a thing. Nobody wants this to be a thing. Like, obviously, I mean, except for the people doing this stupid shit, but nobody wants to believe the things. You know, it is incomprehensible. It is horrifying. But, like, you got all these people that are fans of horror, and we can talk about horror all day long, but let's talk about some real freaking horror. Some real horrifying real life shit for a change, so we can maybe start fucking doing something about it. Because it's like what they say, you can't keep doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Hypothetically, everyone Do children not deserve better than what they're getting? I mean, exactly, right? Like, all children deserve the very best, you know? Like, no children comes in this world deserving the kind of horrors, you know? Like, shit, I'm just sorry. I'm getting a little emotional here, and just, it's been a long week. But you guys, like, this is where people don't get the way Allie is, and why sometimes she seems a little kooky, or she's like laughing and crying at the same time, or she's like, what? The Rock says he eats. That's gross. I don't like that. Like, The Rock, like the guy. But yeah, no, like, I definitely, this is why I connected with Allie's story, and I can sympathize her with so much in such a big way, because it's like, I get it. I get when she's feeling a little hysterical, and the type of tired, the soul drain, and just the ache. You get like an ache in your chest, and like nausea, like your stomach gets clenching, knots in your stomach. Like, you can only take it in such doses, you know. And it's one thing going through it, obviously, too. Like, I'm not trying to minimize the experience either, but it's just a lot. It is a lot when you really start putting it together, and I hope that we can start sharing the burden, you know, because for so long it's been such few people really coming out and want to talk about this stuff all the time, you know. Like Aldi says, it's like, when it's trending, people will talk about it when it's trending, but they never, you know, they're never on it consistently, you know. It comes and goes, and it passes, you know. I'm gonna search up Canada. Oh, none. Canada don't report. Fuck, that's scary. I wonder if there's another site for that, but it's supposed to be worldwide, so I don't know. But yeah, the more the more you start seeing and looking into it, the more you start understanding about it, then the more everything you see has a different lens. You know what I mean? Like, there's a dark lens over everything. You know what I mean? You start getting that different understanding, and you have a second sight, and everything starts to look pretty freaking dark. And it's scary, and it's sad, and it's very, like, it's exhausting because it seems so impossible to do anything about, you know? But that's why more people need to know. That's why people need to get that same feeling in their hearts, in their soul, in their stomach, you know? We all need to be feeling this. We all need to feel the same. We all need to get to the point where we want to look at this and be on the verge of fucking tears about it, because of what it is, you know? And it's not our kids. It's not my kids, but it is our kids, you know? It's Earth children. It's all of our children. As a collective, we're all fucking humans. We all bleed red. Fuck. I might need another 5-minute break in between here. It's just, you got me thinking about the fire thing and just everything at once. It's all dark. It's all screwed up, you know. And I think sometimes that's why, like with the JonBenét thing, I maybe could have been done the second part already, maybe. But it's like, you need breaks. You need breaks. You get into the deep, deep dark of it, and you start fucking seeing some shit, you know. You see the shit, and you put it together, and it's like, you got to give yourself time to recuperate, you know, to recover, or it puts you in a really dark place, you know. If you're there all the time, looking at it all the time, it puts you in a dark spot. But you got to be there. You got to look at it. You got to think about it. We all got to think about it. So I appreciate you guys, each and every one of you, for being here and helping share that burden, because there, you know, like I said, there's only been so many of us for so long, and we want to pass the baton, you know. We need help. We need more of you guys on this with us. I really appreciate it. And Angel, I appreciate you helping keep the chat, moderate the chat tonight. That's been really helpful. I really, really appreciate that. And all you guys just keeping it, you know, keeping people on task, you know, and on the ball. And everybody staying focused on the kids, because that's what this is about, right? That's what we're here for. I might take 5 just to regather myself a little bit, because it's just, you know, I'm sure you guys even maybe needed 5 minutes, you know. Like, I just fed you a lot of information that some of you guys maybe just didn't even realize. Like Lindsay was just saying, like, you didn't realize about the tunnel thing, and she's I've seen her in a lot of the comments and in some of the live chats and stuff, and pretty aware viewer. But, you know, there's always new nuggets of information you get along the way that you You'll be joining soon. Start assembling your stream. You're gonna pick up where I left off then. Okay. You're gonna get a stream going. I'm so glad to see so many people participating though, and like to go back to the thing with the fires. Like I feel like it's brought more attention back onto the alley thing, and bringing awareness overall, because a lot of people are circling back to the fact that she totally predicted all of that. Yeah, maybe I should get a coffee too, and just re-energize, recoup for 2 seconds. I'm glad you guys understand, too. Cried your eyes out. Apologize to your oldest for never. Well, it's like, you know, at the time they think that you're doing them a disservice, but if you know and you're trying to protect them, they don't always understand that, but one day they will. One day they will. And then they wonder, too, like, some kids think it's something they're doing wrong, and that's not why they're not getting as many opportunities, or they're not getting the auditions, or they're not getting the part. But what in reality, it's like because their parents aren't willing to fucking, you know? Oh, man. It's messy. It's a messy world. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. I so appreciate how understanding and, like, the support, too. Like, if only we could all be like this all the time, you know? Which I think, you know, I think we're turning a leaf as a society this past year and going into 2025. And yeah, no, I think I'm going to take 5. Jennifer, listen, we're trying to focus on the kids right now. This is a virtual march for missing children, missing and exploited children. So I hear that you'd like to tell your story, but I don't think this is the time or the place for what you're trying to talk about. Okay? So I'm giving you a chance. You're rejoining us to chat. You have the ability to chat again. So let's think about what we're talking about. Let's focus on the children for right now. And if you'd like to share part of experiences, but we're not going to be here trying to distract from the fact of we're talking about missing and exploited children. Okay? So if you want to talk about something that's part of your story relating to that, we can do that. But I feel like it was getting too much of a distraction from what we're trying to talk about here. So, yeah, if you guys don't mind, it won't be as long as the last break. I'm just going to take just a couple minutes and just stretch my legs and just take a breath, I guess. maybe do some push-ups or something that kind of helps dispel the strain on the system when it's getting heavy. And I just explained why. Because we're going to focus on the children. And if you can't do that, and if you're going to have a hard time with that, if you would like to tell parts of your story that are relevant to that, then you can share them, but you're not. This isn't distraction time. This isn't, we believe you. We believe you. That's fine. Tell us a story about it then. Tell us about the time at the MGM. Do you know about the MGM? When your mother went into Louis B. Mayer's office? Why don't you tell us more about that then? Why don't we talk about that? Okay, anyway, yeah, give me just a couple minutes. I'm just going to just collect myself and, yeah, it'll be good. Okay, and we'll be back. Try to keep going as long as we can and, flip over to the next thing here. I don't know what else, how much deeper. I feel like, you know, this was a good entry level for a lot of you guys, though, and between everything we've talked about. So I don't know if I want to go any darker with you guys, because I think you maybe don't feel the exhaustion from it just now, but by tomorrow, you'll feel it. You know, there's almost like you get a hangover. I think people get confused because I post a lot of Allie's videos, and obviously, I don't sound like Allie, but I guess because Shelly has a little bit more of a masculine voice, I think they get confused, and that's okay, I guess. But no, I'm Tesmosis, the channel, and I mirror some of their videos as they ask for us to do. But yeah, okay, I'm going to take a couple minutes, and then we'll just decide, as a group, you guys can decide which direction you want to go in. But I don't want to put too much on you guys either, because I know the kind of exhaustion and the kind of what it takes out of you. Like, it's almost like a trauma on its own, too, just talking about this stuff, too, right? So it's, like, in small doses. And we got all weekend, you know? I'm going to be back. We'll do this again tomorrow evening, and we'll see how much we can do for Sunday. Because I do have some other stuff I got to try to get out of the way, too, this weekend. I've been pretty crazy hard at this all this week. to kind of let some other stuff fall to the wayside a bit. But we do have the weekend, so we can, you know, I don't know. We'll talk about whatever you guys want to talk about when I get back, though. Yeah, just the fact that, exactly, ICU, for sure. Just the fact that we're talking about it, that we're having an open discussion. The kids in the mental institutions. Yeah, we can talk about that. I don't like that. I don't like that kids that are trauma, like that have been victimized, end up being the ones that end up in mental hospitals and end up drugged because they're going to reveal the sickness of their family. We can definitely talk about that. I could talk about that all day. We could go, we can go into that. You don't have to keep repeating yourself. We hear you. Thank you. Jennifer Myers, please, let's just behave ourselves. That would be cool. But we can talk about that. I don't like the way that system is either. That's definitely a topic. We can, I don't know, maybe we'll take a vote or something when I come back. But for now, for a moment, chat amongst yourselves, and I'll just be a couple minutes. I'm just gonna stretch my legs and just do some intentional breathing or something. Should be millions on this live. I hear you. I know. But you know what? This is such a great start, and I'm so impressed and happy with the feedback, the discussion. Everybody seems to be on the same page. Like, more and more people are waking up all the time. Each minute that we're spending right now is waking up more people, and the more people that come through, and you know, if it fills in gaps for people that maybe they knew some of this stuff but they didn't know much about it, you know, yeah. I think it's good. I think it's gonna be good. We're making progress. Let me see here. 'Cause I think that was all of those songs. Let me just see what else we got. Oh, maybe we got a couple more, but I'll just have to send them. Yeah, I'll have to send them over, though, so just give me 1 sec. We'll set those up so then you guys aren't just sitting here in silence. But, yeah, we just, as long as you guys, you know, as long as more and more people are getting aware, more and more people are talking about it, more and more people are having an open mind and considering the level of depravity that can and does exist. You know, when you're looking at certain things and you're reading certain things and it seems like it doesn't make sense, generally there's something there that they're, you know, it doesn't make sense for a reason. You know, they're trying to hide something. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna get this lined up and then I'll be back. But like, same thing though, like, you guys wonder maybe why Ali usually only does about 45 minutes to an hour, right? Because it's exhausting, man. Like, it's one thing living it, but then regurgitating it, recycling it, it's hard. It's all hard, man. And I gotta give her some huge credit, man, for how long she's been on it and really pouring her soul into it, you know? It's not easy, that's for damn sure. And for any of these people that come out and talk, so the fact that they end up getting so much pushback, like, that's why I'm here all the time trying to talk about this kind of stuff and doing different videos that raise the awareness, because it's not easy. And the people that have been trying to talk about it for centuries, you know, over decades, like, and feeling like they're just spinning tires and they're not getting any traction, like, that's got to be so friggin' frustrating. Like, I know just for me, for the last however many years that I've been doing it, and only finally just this past year seeing some progress, is, you know, it's been tiresome just to get here, right? So, alright, so I'm gonna throw some tunes on, and I'm gonna take 5, and I'll be right back. Chat amongst yourselves. You guys are awesome. I really appreciate each and every one of you. Once again, Angel, I really appreciate you helping and keeping things moderated in the chat. So please watch the fort or hold the fort. And yeah, I'll be right back.
Footsteps echo in the dark night, tiny voices lost from our sight, whispers of dreams fade away in a world where shadows stray.
Faces lost in time's cruel hands, forgotten smiles in forgotten lands. Cloak of darkness hides the cry underneath a tear-streaked sky. Where have the children gone? Innocence stolen at dawn. Every tear a silent scream, lost in a nightmare far from dreams. In the corners of the lost days, haunting melodies in a dark maze. Little hands that once held light, gone missing in the dead of night. In a world so cruel and cold, lies the stories never told. Evil lurks in every street, weary hearts that fail to beat. Guardian angels hear the plea, bring them back to where they're free. Through the shadows, through the pain, guide them home to light again. Through the pain, guide them home to light again.
In the shadows they wander alone, tiny hearts in a world so cold. Voices call out from the dark unknown, stories unfinished but so bold. Echoes whisper in the night, searching for a guiding light, lost and unseen, out of sight, hopes that vanish from our sight. Where have they gone? We must find little souls who fell behind, dreams that fade away like time. In the silence, hear their chime. In the alleys, hushed and still, empty laughter gives a chill. the crying. Silent whispers left unheard. Little voices lost in longing. In a world that seems absurd. We'll find you in the darkness. We'll light up the night. Never stop the searching till you're back inside. Empty rooms and broken laughter. Echoes of a life once known. Steps unseen, they fade thereafter. Guided by a hope alone. We'll find you in the darkness. We'll light up the night. Never stop the searching till you're back inside. In the quiet tears are falling, dreams that vanished without trace. Listen closely, hear them calling. See their hope in every face. Every heart a beacon shining. Every soul a guiding star. In our hearts forever binding. No matter where you are. We'll find you in the darkness. We'll light up the night. Never stop the searching till you're back inside. And the quiet tears are falling. Dreams that vanished without trace. Listen closely, hear them calling. See their hope in every face.
I don't know if the songs are even helping on my end. I was kind of out of the room for a minute there, but some of it's like kind of heavy duty, man. Like, wow, the songs turned out pretty on the money. But I appreciate you guys, I really do. I think I was just kind of reading some of the stuff you guys were saying here, and yeah, I mean, that's, all the more reason I want to try to stick it out for as long as I can here and keep the conversation going. But definitely, I'll be back on tomorrow as well and keep her going through the weekend as Ali has requested of us. And it's the least that we can do, and keep posting on your own pages too. And I hope you guys are using the link and checking in and finding more of missing kids in your area. And, whether you start a Facebook group or not, but just to post it, to your Facebook or your Instagram or whatever. And people might be like, what the heck? Like, why are you posting this? This is weird, whatever, Maybe, it might not be well received right away, but as long as you're going with a good heart and good intentions and, you're getting it out there, even if it just awakens one person, if every one of you can go and put forth and it wake one more person, and then that person awakens one more person, that's how it's going to happen. It's like pay it forward, but different, right? And, yeah, I mean, there was a couple streams going on the other day, and I dropped in and I gave him a piece of my mind, and the guy's like, oh, I know about you, and trying to convince me. He's like, you gotta hear this, you don't know yet, like, oh, we got the fucking exclusive here, or whatever. And then in the chat thing, like, are we viral yet? Like, as their top pinned post on their comments or whatever, it's sick. And I'm like, like, you guys are just distraction from the children. Like, I kept saying it, and then they basically, because I wasn't agreeing with them and I wasn't going to jump on their bandwagon, started threatening me, like, oh, well, we'll come after you too. Yeah, I mean, then you're one of those, you're a cult member kind of thing, like, Alley cult member. And it's like, you guys are fucked. Like, what is the matter with you people? Like, at the end of the day, it literally is just trying to bring attention to the kids. Like, I can't understand why people can feel okay bringing so much harsh attacks on people that are literally just trying to bring attention to the kids. You know what I mean? Like, again, and I guess you guys have heard me say it, but whether people like actually believe all the things she's saying or not, that doesn't matter. The overall message stands. Like, it's a fact that all these kids go missing every year, right? So, and like, that's what she calls them the 90s, because she's like, people that at least believe at least 90% of what she says or whatever, right? So she's not even expecting people to believe everything she says. And whether or not, like, like, none of that matters, right? Whether or not you like what she says or you believe what she says, like, the whole thing still stands. And the fact that, like, between the couple, I guess there's other channels picking it up now too, but between the couple, it's like they put in a 50-hour week. Like, some of the lengths of those streams, like 7, 8, 9, 10 hours spent to bash people. And I was listening, and they were literally just name-calling, talking shit. Like, 85% of it was just bullshit talking. Like, not even trying to get out an actual story or to do real proper journalism. It was just talking shit and bashing and calling them names. Like, they got people coming in the chat. Like, I'm not even going to say the names they're calling. Like, it's just disgusting. It's just, I don't even have words for it. It's, oh, did you send me some links, Angel? Yeah, sorry, I haven't even been over there. I haven't been looking, but I will check them right now. But yeah, like, I've seen it. I know. I've seen some of the stuff going around, and it makes me sick, because at the end of the day, literally, like, they're not doing anybody any harm. They're not trying to make any big scene about it. Like, they're just really just trying to bring attention and bring awareness to the great big elephant in the room, you know? And it's like, I don't know if you guys, I know Allie talks about, and a few people have seen it going around, the Bugs Life quotes about there's more of us than of them, and like how if we realize how much power we have and we stand up, then their way of life is over, right? But the one I like to always refer to is Horton Hears a Who. I don't know if you guys know that. I know they're like kids movies too, right? But we were all kids once, right? Some of you guys have kids, so I'm sure you guys are kind of aware. But the Horton Hears a Who is one of my all-time favorites for the analogy of, those tiny specks on a dandelion, and you can't hear the voices, but they're there and they matter. You know, it's the children who matter the most. Horton hears a who, and then all together at the end, all these little voices, they're all coming together. We are here, we are here, we are here, and they keep going and going and making as much noise as they can until it finally breaks through the sound barrier, and the bigger people that needed to hear it, that can make the difference, they finally hear it, and it makes that difference, So it's like it's like the anthem to my whole life, in a way, where I'm like, I'm just gonna keep shouting, and the more people that join in and are all shouting the same thing and talking about the same things all the time, eventually it's gonna break through the sound barrier, and maybe we can make a difference all together, right? Like, and you probably heard me say it already, but every drop in the ocean of influence counts. It all counts. And if we just keep trying, we keep pushing, it's gotta give. Something's gotta give. Absolutely, Akira, I agree. NPCs. It's great awareness. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you. And the racism. Oh, yeah. Definitely. It's sick. It's sickness. It's like, it's just showing how greasy and the darkness of the world showing rearing its ugly head. I think it's the Cerberus. We just got to keep putting our thumb on the jugular of the ugly heads of society. And we will. We are. We're doing it. It's happening. But like, yeah, the victim shaming and the name calling and it's just gross. It's gross. Even if what they're saying is true, and even if that is the mother, and even if all of these things, it just shows how, like, why she ran. You know what I mean? And like all the flying monkeys coming through, it's like narcissistic abuse smear campaign right on the world stage for us all to see, and all the flying monkeys coming through with the bullshit. Yeah, Oh yeah, Kim, exactly. You know, maybe this is what we're gonna do for now. Then, yeah, maybe for this like next while, we'll just do like a little chit chat. I'll keep more paying attention to the chat side of it, and we'll chat a little more back and forth. We do maybe a Q&A if you guys have questions about anything we covered. Rather than going deeper into the rabbit hole, maybe this is where we'll have our checkpoint in the rabbit hole, and we'll go deeper tomorrow. You know. Sorry, was I swearing? I feel very passionate about this, you know, so I might swear here and there. So I hope, you know, it's all well intentioned. I'm definitely, when I get really fired up about this stuff, I get swearing and I get carrying on, but it's not obviously directed at anybody in particular. But yeah, maybe I'll bring those kids back up here, but yeah, I think we went deep enough for today. I think that was pretty good. It was like we did a good solid 3 hours. It's already getting a little late here. I don't know how late it is for you guys, but I don't want to be keeping you up too late too. I know you guys all want to be here and be a part of it. So as a responsible host, yeah, it's just sad. It's just sad to see like the mob mentality. If only like people with that mob mentality that are like follow the crowd and kind of that lemming behavior, if they could do that for a good cause, would be great. Oh, is that 2 kids? Like a set of twins? Oh my goodness. That's a video. See, I know too much, I see too much, and I know enough about things that I'm like, you almost can tell that that's, you know, yeah, I don't know. It's just hard. It's hard because when you really, like I said, when you really start understanding the way that this stuff works and the different layers and how people make different requests, you know, with, I don't know if you guys have listened to all of the things, everything Ali's been talking about, but as far as like the virtual buyers and how they can have live streams where people make requests and they pay, same as if it was like OnlyFans, but with not adults, you know, and they can maybe, it was in some cases they can place orders for particular things, you know, and it's just, yeah, see, even looking at this, just looking at some of this kids, like, but I'm so happy that, you know, that we're all waking up, that everybody's starting to get it, that it's, you know, and more now too with the fire thing, as much as it's so screwed up and it's so scary and horrifying for everybody over there right now, that it's brought a lot of attention to what Ali's been trying to talk about. Like, I've seen it more so on TikTok. Like, it seems like on YouTube, like, it's really just like people are running the smear campaign, but I've seen on TikTok a lot of people saying, holy, like, do you know the Ali Carter story? Like, and then playing that little bit of her talking about the fires and stuff, and people are like, whoa, you know, and connecting it. People are connecting the dots themselves, you know, connecting it to the Diddy stuff and connecting it to everything, and it's just spreading like wildfire. This information and this problem, it's getting out there. People are getting it. Help save a child, make one video, save the children. Yeah, I mean, that's it too. Like, you guys all got the platform. We all have access to a platform, and I mean, maybe you don't have to make a video, but make posts, you know, do something. Just do something. You know, if we all do a little bit of something, it's going to be getting us, you know, getting us closer to some sort of change. What are the names of the songs you're playing? Oh, they're AI songs that I put together for, I was doing an ad for trying to spread the awareness of the stream, and I had it spit out a bunch of songs for me of a certain theme, and I, you know, made different requests to see what it would come up with. So they're not titled, and they don't have names like that. Like, they have like randomly generated names that the AI makes up, but they're not, I don't know. Like, if you guys like them, I can put them together into something maybe and do upload a post or whatever, so you guys have all the songs if you want. Maybe I'll do a few more for tomorrow, so we have some different ones too if you guys liked them. I wasn't really sure what I was doing with them. I kind of just go with my gut on things sometimes, and it kind of came in handy that we had a handful to listen to in between while I was taking 5. So yeah, if you guys like them, yeah, maybe I'll, after this weekend, whatever ones I've put together for it, we'll put them out, and then I don't know, maybe do something from there. Have it linked to some stuff, more resources, and I mean, I pretty much got all the resources and stuff linked here, but I don't know, I'll think of something to do with it if you guys liked them. Yeah, because, you know, actually, like I was just saying, for sure, they turned out pretty good, and it's still spreading the word, it's spreading the message, it kind of gets to the point, but not too much, like, without fully saying it, but yeah, they turned out pretty good, and, like, nice in a nice way, not, like, too harsh or too, abrasive. So yeah, I mean, if you guys are into that, throw some thumbs up if you guys are into that idea. I guess it's the hearts are popping up, I see now. I guess that's a yes with the hearts. But yeah, if you guys, I guess you guys want that, so I'll do that if you want. But it's only a handful of them for now, so maybe, yeah, like I said, I'll wait till the end of the weekend after we've done our couple streams here, and I'll put some more together. What time will Allie be going live tomorrow? I'm not sure. I'll have a look. She usually, like, she'll give a notification that it's like, I'll be on in 2 hours, or I'll be on 3 hours, and then that's, like, you find out right before where she's going to be. She jumps around a lot, because she does get a lot of people attacking her, you know, and they crowd and try to report her accounts and stuff and get them taken down and things, so you never really know exactly when or where or how she's going to be doing it, and it sometimes just pops up like a surprise, and sometimes it's live but she's just playing music, you know, and it's just, again, like, kind of spreading the awareness. But like I said earlier, if you go in the description, there's her website, and then the Telegram group is usually the best place to find out what's going on, when and where. So if you guys want to get on that, show her some support, follow her if you don't already. Like, we're all in this together, you know. It's gonna take all of us. It's such a big thing, and that's why we all need to be making the effort, right? But that's a good idea too. Yeah, writing it on your banknotes and print off the posters. Yeah, exactly. With these any of these, you can click on it, and if you go and you just click print off their. Oh, right there, print poster. It's right at the top. I'm not going to click it because it'll take it to the thing, and I don't know what it's going to show. I don't think it'll really show anything, but I mean, I don't want to dox myself. I don't know what it's going to show when I click it, so I'm just going to leave it. But if you go, then there's a submit tip, call 911, print posters, so definitely, I mean, you know, I used to think that this National Center for the Missing Exploited Kids was a good thing, but I've heard some bad things now. But I guess with any organization, you're going to have some corruption. But I do, in my heart, believe and have faith in enough of the goodness of humanity that there's enough of the good people still taking part in these organizations. You know, it's same with, like, CPS and stuff. Like, people... Oh, Coraline. It's fucking... Anyway, yeah, it's, sorry, I kind of, like... I don't know if that was, like, a DID moment or what that was. But it's like CPS, where you get people that join into it and they want to do good things and they want to help the kids, but when they get in there, then they realize how screwed up the system is and how broken the system is, you know, and then there's only so much that they can do, and it's so hard for the good people to stay in these kind of organizations or whatever, right? But there you go. It has the specific police department. It has the tip line. It has the poster. So that's a really great place to start, and just go to your local. You might have to search up, like, this seems like it's mainly U.S., so you might have to search up, like, missing kids in my area, or, I don't know, variations of a search that will bring up, hopefully, some local news articles or something, because sometimes there are articles, there is some news, but it doesn't get recirculated, it doesn't make it very far, and it just gets tossed in the out bin, and then there's more coming into the inbox all the time, so all those ones sitting in the outbox, it's like, you know, so that's definitely a great place to start for you guys to really start getting active and start putting it out in the best way that you can. If you don't have a printer, again, like I said, you can screenshot, like if you scroll these down a bit and then, you know, position it in a way and then do the screenshot, and for a post is a great way too. What's my channel name is Tesmosis. Can you guys not I guess maybe if you're on a phone it looks different. But yeah, if you guys want to subscribe and make sure to click the little bell, and I can let you know when I'm on next. You'll get the notification. And then I do post. I try to stay on top, and I post all of the streams that Ali does as soon as possible. It might sometimes be the day after, because it's usually in the nighttime for me, late at night. So I get it and then set it up the next day. So there's that. I don't know what else. I don't know if you guys. I don't know if you guys have more questions or if you guys have anything to add. But yeah, Kim, for New Zealand, is that NZ? I think that's New Zealand, isn't it? Where's the link for Missing Kids in Michigan? If you go into the description, the Missing Kids link is for the whole search page. So you can get to the main page, and then you just go in. Here, maybe that's a good idea too, to show you guys. You can search. You can leave it open-ended. Like I've just searched United States. I punched in the age of 10 now. They'd be 0 to 10 right at the moment, and then hit submit, and then just to get a different view from what we were looking at. But you can go in, and if you want to look at Michigan, you punch in Michigan. You can make this whatever. I'm going to put it at 0. Of course it says no search results. Yeah, that's a little like as if. I swear I just looked at this. That's a little creepy. Actually, can I point that out? Because I swear I was looking through, and for a Ali video a while back, like one of the first Ali videos I did, I showed a bunch of the missing kids in different areas at like part in the beginning and at the end. I went through it more, and I'd searched some of like the main areas. That doesn't seem right at all. And now it's just saying none are found. That's actually really fucked up. I'm gonna have to go back to that video too and see what it said for overall. Yeah, fucking right. From the whole time. Let me make sure this is right, because it's like it's cleared. It's all cleared. There's not. It's from the whole time. I wonder if a server got taken down from the fires or something, because now suddenly like that doesn't seem right. One kid the whole time missing from New York. Yeah, right. Yeah, fucking right. None. That's not right. That doesn't feel right to me. Then you search and they're everywhere. No, now we're only getting 3 results. Okay, that's fucking weird. Hold on, let me go back. Something's wrong here. There's no fucking... Or they're on to us and they're like, yeah, you can't see them. You're not going to see the kids. See that? Yeah, maybe they ran away, but guess what? Okay, hold on. I'm going to just go back. I'm going to close the thing and reopen it and refresh. But that's actually so fucking sketchy. Like, that's fucked. Can you guys check it? If you go to the Missing Kids Get Help Now search link that's in the description, it just says Missing Kids and then the link. No, I'm like panicking a little bit right now. I'm like, oh my god, what does that mean? Oh, that's fucked up. Pardon my language, but I don't know how to feel about that. We just saw them. We were just on it. But oh, that's creepy. That's so creepy though. Also, now that I'm like, we're directing people to it. Okay, here we go. I can see them in the States again, but okay, hold on. I gotta put it back up for you guys. Let me search some specific areas again. But that's less than what it was of all of the United States. When we looked earlier, it was closer to 5,000 when we looked earlier, did it not? Or it was like 4,000 and some odd. I could have sworn. Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's like there's 1 million worldwide, but 500,000 just from the U.S. alone. So what does that tell you, you know? There we go. Okay, so you search California. This one's from California. 600 just from California. But yeah, you can screenshot. If you're on your phone, I think for most phones, it's like pushing the power and the volume button, the volume down and the power button at the same time. Usually is screenshot. For those of you guys that, I know a few of you guys ahead of the virtual thing, March, that were telling me you guys weren't tech savvy and you were like, where do we go? How do we get there? What do we do? So for you guys, if you don't know, that's generally the way to screenshot. But if you don't, if that's not how, I just search on Google, like how to screenshot on such and such device. But yeah, if you can print, you know, print off stacks, start posting them, put them up posters. Like if you search in your area and there's only like 5 of them, 5 kids like in your town, because you can search very specific. Like I'm searching the states right now. It looks like it's working again. So let me go. We'll see what Michigan was. I think it was just a glitch. Crisis averted. We broke the server. We sent too many people at once, which is good. That's a good thing then, because it's showing up again. So you can search by state. So 58 right now in Michigan. Where should I search in Michigan? Give me an example, and I'll do a little walk through here for you guys, I guess, or just to see more specifically in specific areas if we want. You saw what I saw. You saw what I saw, right? You saw what I saw. I'm not crazy. It's live. We could play it back. And again, see, now you guys start to see, though, why Allie sometimes is laughing and crying, and it seems a little like, what the hell? We're talking about missing kids here. Why are you laughing? But it's like, because the stuff that happens while you're trying to do it, when you're trying to do it, when you're on the course, it, like, weird things happen that it's like, oh, okay, I'm not going crazy, I promise. New Buffalo, Michigan. So that, you have to type it, so I don't know if I'll have to do it together or separately. No. What's a big place? Oh, like Grand Rapids is a big place. I was trying to think of, okay, so 2 in Grand Rapids, Michigan. So there you go. Those are ones you could go down to your, like, what do you guys got? We got Staples here, but what do you guys have? Like Kinko's or some shit to go print stuff? Go print off 25 each and then go start posting them places. Just put it in people's faces, man. It used to be that way, and then we used to be able to find the kids. You know? Cleveland, Ohio? For sure. Let's go. Maybe that's what we'll do for this next little bit. We'll just do a random where in the world are the freaking missing children. Cleveland, Ohio. Reminds me of, what's that show? The Drew Carey show or whatever. 22. 22 in Cleveland. So again, I mean, you know, it's just to go print off a few of them of each. Like, what is it, like $2 to print off 50 sheets or whatever now? It's super cheap. Or you go to the library. I think you can do it for free at the library. Oh, little Nevaeh. Poor kid. 14 now, but went missing as like a tiny little thing, man. That just breaks my heart. Because again, like, obviously, again, like, we want to worry about the teenagers as well, but like little kids can't speak up. They don't have the words. And it's just like, and the horrors of the things, you know, like, at least with these bigger kids, they kind of can fight back in some cases, which maybe that's not great either. It's maybe, you know, puts them in a bad spot too. I don't know, but just, it always hurts my heart more when you see the little ones, you know. And they don't, though. And how many, did you see any Amber Alerts? You know? Is there areas besides political places to protest, places connected? I guess just places that got a lot of traffic, like foot traffic, which it's not a thing so much anymore, which I guess this is why, too, is like, used to be like hikers would go and find, you know, evidence and stuff when kids go missing, and there'd be people talking about it, and it would be something like, you get the neighborhood together and they would go on a search when a kid would go missing. Like, there definitely used to be a bigger sense of community, but everybody's on their phones and inside, and it's like, especially after the lockdowns, it's like we don't have that sense of like, we don't take initiative anymore, right? So if we can get doing that again. What are you saying? Okay, hold on, let me keep up with you guys. Throwing a lot of places at me. Let me start. Okay, just Georgia. Okay, we'll do Georgia quick, and then I'm going to come down the line for you guys. Anywhere specifically in Georgia? I guess we'll just search Georgia first. Yeah, 91 in Georgia. That's a good chunk. That's a lot. I don't want to lose any of these other guys, but if you guys have a specific place in Georgia, we can circle back. Calhoun, Michigan. Do I have to type both those things or just Calhoun? See, I don't know, because some of them it's like Oakland County, but then there's Royal Oak or whatever, like, within it, you know? It's a little different than how places are here. Does this Michigan like this? I don't know. I'll be a little delayed by the time you see this, so I'm gonna just try it. No. Try like that. No, it's not bringing anything. Some places, I don't know. It might not. Which maybe that's a good thing. Maybe there's none. I don't know. But then again, maybe they're just not reported or documented, which is scary also. But New York. It's a hell of a town. Okay, 17. I don't believe that. And some of these are from the 80s? Yeah, like fuck. I'm sorry, pardon my language again, guys. Yeah, yeah, as if. Something's getting destroyed. Some servers are going down, because there's no way that's... From the whole time, there's only 17 kids. And then from this year... Like, that doesn't make sense to me. And then from the 80s, suddenly... They took a break and came back. Like, come on. That doesn't seem right. Hawaii next. Okay. But yeah, that doesn't seem right? See, and then I'm not crazy. There's some weird shit, right? Like, that's weird. Poor guy. This guy's 70 now. Never found him. Freaking Christ. I'm going to search just New York. Just see. 200 just in the New York state. Which I guess, like, the main places, I guess they might be rounding it up, like, whatever the nearest main big town is. So that Calhoun, what's the closest big area, like Detroit or Grand Rapids or whatever, what would the other big ones be? I don't know. I don't really know. I know some places down there, but I don't know. Okay, hold on. Okay, Hawaii. Hello, Hawaii. Aloha. Oh, so many beautiful places with so much darkness. Oh, 29. Wow. And Hawaii's like not a very big place. Oh man. And kids with learning disabilities, like with a disability, like that gets me in my gut too, man, because again, they can't necessarily speak up for themselves, you know. Hate it. Hate it. But again, see, a good chunk of them, though, being from, like, 1 million years ago. So what? We just stop looking? Or just disappear into the nether? Never to be seen again? But then you look, too, it's, like, a lot in the last few years versus, like, there was just ones from the 80s and then suddenly, like, what is this? Jeepers Creepers? Every 23 years? Ugh. Maybe. Oh, I just got like a chill on that. Maybe there's some sort of cycle that we don't know about. Okay, what else? Columbus, Georgia. Okay. Okay, 2. That's not too bad. But, like, phew, look at the timing on that. If you guys know, you know. So there you go. If you go, you could print off a stack. Wouldn't be very expensive. Put up some posters. Put them up in the grocery stores, like where people do still go a lot. You know, like there is still a lot of foot traffic. Because like I was saying, like you don't really get the same kind of foot traffic and stuff as you do anymore. Or on main crossings, like if you get like a big printout maybe, like, or just do a poster board and put it up at like a main intersection where a lot of people stop. And they can see it. I don't know. Or like how people panhandle. Instead of panhandling, go hand out flyers. You know what I mean? Like, it seems a little wonky, but we got to do something different. You know? Like, what else are we going to freaking do if we don't do... Like, we can't just do nothing. We can't keep doing nothing. That's not an option anymore. Okay, where in Tennessee? What's Tennessee? What's in Tennessee? I'm trying to think if I know a big place. Oh, Memphis. Duh. I should... I'm tired. Okay. But there you go. Nashville. Yeah. All right. I know about Nashville and Memphis. I don't know where my brain was there, but 100 from Tennessee. And some of these, you know, they're just troubled fucking kids, man. And they ran away from home, end up in care. They run away from care. And then who knows where they fucking end up from there. And like the site literally said, is that they're, you know, they're more vulnerable to those trying to do bad things to them. It just keeps going on and on and on. Some of these kids, like, yeah, there's like their mugshot, but like, why are they troubled? Why do they get into crime when they're young? Like, what's going on at home? You know, do they have a home? Do they have parents that are, you know, like, there's so much more to it. There we go. Again, that's probably a set of twins, isn't it? No, oh, maybe not. I was gonna say they look like those other ones, like that other kids we saw. Still. And then yeah, it goes all the way back, and it's like, where are they now? You know. Amber Alert. Hello, Tennessee. I mean, we could try. It wasn't working. It shows other areas that we can search, but it didn't seem to be working. But it could have just been doing what it was doing a minute ago, where it was saying none. But then we knew for sure there was some freaking kids there. So what are you talking about? Okay, Brooklyn, New York. Yeah, we could do that. Sorry, I'm going down the line. It's a little delayed too, guys. So I'm sorry that it seems like there's a lot of a delay there. A lot more of a delay as I'm making my way down the chat here. Just be patient. We'll get there. 19. And even if you wanted, like, some of these kids, it's like they're older, so maybe they don't want to be found, or maybe they are runaways or whatever. If you do want to, like for when you're doing searching, and if there's a lot of them in your area, and so you maybe want to focus. Okay, so there's none that are under 10 now. But you want to focus, say, on the younger ones. There's one kid that's 12 right now missing, you know. So if you know, you look and there's like 50 kids and you're like, well, I'm not going to print off 1,000 things, and you want to focus on ones that are freshly missing, that are younger, you know, you can change it for that. So if you guys, when you get looking for yourselves, the governor was suspended. Oh, is that why he's nowhere to be found? And how convenient. Well, and we were talking about it earlier, but for you guys that are just joining us or have joined us since after, the 60% of the water is owned by one couple, by one married couple, and the fire hydrants don't have water, and if they do, they don't have enough pressure. So it's the missing kids site. In the description, there's like the missing kids part. And then the Darkness to Light, the D2L site, is a really great resource for learning, like, just like everything about it, you know, signs of like grooming and all the things, just to make yourself more aware and knowledgeable, just to be able to protect your own kids, you know, just the signs to look out for, signs of indicators, you know, that might not be physical. There's so much information that just, it's all part of it to arm yourself with. Like if you're playing a video game, you know, you want your weapons, and then you want your armor, you know, you want your armor, you got your whatever stuff that like beefs you up to go fight the big boss. Consider it like that. Like it's just adding to your arsenal of information, and it's good. Knowledge is power. Okay, what other places, guys? I'm scrolling down here. Battle Creek. Okay, we're going like the LDS route here or whatever. Isn't that one of those communities, or is that? Oh no, I'm thinking like Short Creek. Where is that? I don't know what state that is though. You got to give me a state, either a state or a state and a place. So I'm gonna keep going down the line, but if you want to follow up with that. Okay, hold on. Now I'm missing places now. I got too far. Hold on. I'm gonna scroll back up. I went too close or too fast. And I don't want to miss any. It's Portland, Oregon. Okay. Yeah, so we're a little bit behind here. I gotta catch up with you. Hold on. You guys are firing off a ton of places, but that's great. It's good. It's good. That doesn't seem right. No, that doesn't seem right. Hold on. Let me refresh it again. There we go. Oh, no, but that's just, doesn't know where it is. But maybe because, you know, if you guys are all checking out the site and more people are checking it out, because I'm sure there's other people talking about it too. I can't be the only friggin' one right now. But if we're crashing their site because more and more people are looking, I feel like that's a good thing. There we go. 15 in Portland, Oregon. So if it says none, that's another thing. If it says 0, don't believe it. Try to refresh, because if, especially like a place like Portland, Oregon, or like Memphis, Tennessee, or like in a big area, if it says 0, don't believe it. Refresh. It just might be under heavy load right now with people searching, which is good though. Oh man, a lot of these are like old cases, but here we go. These little kids both went. Are they? Oh, that's a two kids, sisters, went missing on December 2nd, 2022. But there you go. So there is like the newer ones. There's ones that like just went missing, you know. So if you start putting posters up, and if you're paying attention too, and you're checking it out, like once you've printed off your first set of posters or done your first round of posts, just keep checking around in your area for new ones, and then try to be on it like ASAP, you know, because that's the thing too, is timing is of the essence, right? Knoxville, Tennessee, I think is from Tennessee. I'm gonna try it. I think that's where that is. I know a bit about the states, but I don't know as much probably that as I could. 5. Okay. Which is good. Less is better, but and from more recently, from the past few years, what you never okay, but that's sketchy too. Like you never had people go missing there until last year, this year. That's unbelievable also, but there you go. Pretty recent. Couple from, those are 2 different kids, but on October 11th, both on October 11th. See, that's a little shady. Like, what's going on these specific days or around these specific times? You know, library, you get first 5 pages free, and then it's 15 cents each. Ooh, that's a little pricey. I'd say if you went to your thing and ordered like 50 for like $4 or whatever, I think maybe is cheaper. Atlanta, Georgia. Oh yeah, duh. That's the big place in Georgia. Some of these places, it's like I know some of the places. I can't think of it right now. I'm probably just tired though. It's been a long week, long day, and all of this is a little bit tiring also. But yep, there you go. Couple both on the 11th of December. What's with the 11th? That's a little weird. But very recent, November, September. From the summer. Like, let's just get on it, man. This is it. Maybe it's too late for these guys. Maybe we can't do, what the hell is that? Who allowed this person to be the artist for the, I'm sorry, not to I feel like that's mean. I don't want to be mean, but if you're going to have somebody doing sketches of these kids or people, I feel like they could have found somebody more qualified. That's, I guess, what I mean. Yeah, see, there you go. For high traffic areas, shopping malls, restaurants, outside of restaurants, popular restaurants, especially when it's like a busy time. Like what do we got coming up? Oh, Valentine's Day is coming up, guys. Get to every romantic destination and remind them that there's missing kids. Ruin it. Stop having kids. Go look for the kids. Maybe that's awful. Maybe that's mean of me. But you know, gotta get creative here. Calhoun County, Michigan. Oh, okay. Duh. I should have known that the CO is what you meant also. You gotta work with me here, though. You gotta be a little more specific. Because, I don't know how your shit works. But I should have known that because of the Oakland County thing. I've been reading into that. Some of you guys probably already know about that. But it all connects to some shit, too. It's all connected. But while I was doing the John Bonet video, it's not doing that. I don't know what's a town in the county, because I don't know if it does counties. You might have to give me a township, you know, what was it, Royal Oak was one. Yeah, right. No, I know there's kids missing from there from a long time ago even, but also probably now. What's another one? Ferndale. I was just looking up a case that had some kids missing from Oakland County, Michigan, so I knew a couple places, but I don't know, it's not showing me nothing. Let me just search Michigan. 58. Some of them, it might not come up with your township, but you can search just the state, and then scroll down, and for ones that are near you, maybe they're not right in your local area, but if they're near you, Like if you're close to, Battle Creek, Michigan. Somebody was searching saying Battle Creek. There's Battle Creek. So sometimes like it might just be easier to look up the whole state, but then see what's near you. Flint, Michigan. Oh, that's the place where they don't have the proper water, isn't it? I think I know about that. Alright, it's just the one from there, but yeah, I think it's got to be like the main towns. But then again, like I said, yeah, if it doesn't bring anything up from right near you, just search like the closest city, or go to the main page of the state and then just start scrolling through. And it seems like, yeah, for the most, they're always just in order of newest to oldest. So always it'll give you the 2 kids on the 3rd. I wonder if, but then they're not, it doesn't seem like they're related. So what's on the 3rd? Like, see, why 2 kids from the same place that aren't even related to each other going missing? Like, that seems a little sketch. Western Washington State. I don't know how I would search that. You're gonna have to give me like I was saying, like a town or a main town area. How about Philadelphia, Pennsylvania? Philly. I know about Philly because the cheesesteak. You guys are getting like the Canadian point of view of your areas. It's not really funny. Maybe it's not funny. I don't know. I'm just can tell I'm getting tired though. Yeah, like just now, just gone missing, right around, all around the same in December. That's sketchy too. Imagine like losing your kid on Christmas though. Imagine your kid going missing like that day. I guess kind of reaching back to the John Bonet thing, but like that's a different thing, I feel like, But there you go. 32. Ooh. But again, that's going back. So, like, if you're wanting to focus more on the newer ones, say from 2017 onwards, because at this point, like, these are adults, and it's kind of too late. You know what I mean? Like, if they're still with us, they're adults, and whatever, hopefully they're finding their way, like, in the way that other survivors have, like, Kathy O'Brien and, like, Allie and different ones that make it out the other side. There's not much you can do for them, but, hopefully they make it, or have made it. But for the newer ones, if you guys get on and like if you want, like you could print off just the main page, like do a screenshot, do like the main page if you want to save on printing or whatever, and then print them like this. So you're getting more on one page. There's another way that you can do it too, for places that have a lot of them and you want to include as many as possible. Tampa, Florida. Yep. Okay. So that there's ways around it to get the most out of it if you're on a budget. Because I get it. It's especially right after Christmas too. Like, not that it's money's tight, right? Like, just for everybody. I feel like the last few years have been hard on everybody, and we get it. Everybody gets it, and especially after Christmas time, I get it. So we're not expecting you to go crazy, I don't want anyone putting themselves in a bad position for the sake of it. I mean, within your comfort level, of course, but I don't want to be encouraging people to, because I know how passionate I am about it and how much I get into it, and I've put myself into some dangerous situations, by going too hard on it. So I can imagine some of you guys going like so hard, but then next week maybe you don't got milk or something, and I don't want you to put yourselves in that kind of position either, especially if you guys got kids, right? Like, let's be reasonable. But I get it too. If you guys catch the flame in the way that you want to be, doing as much as you can, like, I can totally respect that because I'm right there with you. But again too, like, post online for free is a good way too. And you can do both. Why not? Whatever you feel comfortable with. But the more the merrier, doing as much as possible. So you got 16 and a few of them from before. But a lot from, like, that's weird that it's like there's a missing gap there. Like, doesn't that seem weird? Like, there were none before Do you know what I mean? Like, that seems weird. Like, we just stopped paying attention for 10 years, 20 years, or, like, no kids were going missing for 20 years. That doesn't seem right. That seems a little iffy. Because then suddenly it picks up again. You know? And then a ton of them already, like, right into the freaking on New Year. Poor kid, man. Alright, let's go to the next one. How often do they update? I'm not sure. Probably just whenever there's a new one, is my guess. They add them to them whenever there's a new one. I think they get them, I guess, they get them forwarded from the different counties, like different police departments forward it, and then when they receive them, they post them, kind of thing. I mean, less often the better, probably, but updated, I don't know. I guess whenever there's an update to each case, or whenever there's a new case. Oh, it jumped ahead again, so I don't know. I don't want to miss. Oh, no, we're not too far ahead. Okay, there we are. The chat jumps sometimes when you're trying to scroll. And I don't want to get too far ahead. Okay, what are we? Ah, you're the greatest, Angel Wings. Thank you so much. You're hired. I appreciate you. You've been awesome and like keeping everybody pumped and leading the charge here with the shields and everything too. You're awesome. You're really awesome. Yeah, rip Cappy. Alright, any other places you guys want me to search? I think I'm all caught up now. I did it. Neptune, Stern. Sarah Stern, Neptune City is just missing. I'm gonna look it up. But there you go, guys, right? Like, start searching, doing your own searching. It should work on your phone, too. Like, you shouldn't have to, oops. Neptune City. You shouldn't give you an issue. It should work right on your phone, too. That's not coming up. I'm gonna just search New Jersey. See, I don't know. Sometimes it's just, like, a little glitchy, too, maybe. Edison, New Jersey. That's where Brittany Murphy grew up. Or was from. But she ended up moving out to California, but I'm not seeing the Neptune one, though. That's weird. Usually the new ones show up here. I guess, are you hearing that from the news there, though? It might just not have updated over on this side yet. So maybe there's a day or two delay, which is kind of screwed, because you want to get the info, like, as soon as possible, right? Like, right away. Your family was raised working at Disney? Oh my. Oh my. I'm sure they've got a story. Orlando. We can do Orlando. I've seen a lot, Polk County. I don't know if that's like where the one Disneyland is or if that's nearby, but I've seen a lot of arrests, specific arrests going down on there. Oh, on the news right now? Okay, good. We got the news. The news is on it. But that's the thing, is how many kids do actually make it to the news, right? But there you go. As we're speaking about it, you got the missing kid on the news while you're watching this and on the news. Like, it's just messy. It's all messy. What am I looking for here? Florida. Can we spell the alphabet? Come on, Tez. Get it together. Orlando. But Orlando is like a main area too, for tourism and stuff. I guess. I believe. Lots and lots. 15. I guess not lots, but lots recently. Lots enough. One is enough, really, though. But a couple from recently. Some from just the summertime there. I can't believe, though. I'm not believing that this is like... Or maybe they found them, because they have been doing a lot of busts and rescuing a lot. So maybe there's not a lot because they've been solving them. Like, I really want to believe that. I want to believe that they've closed their cases is why there's not as many in between there. Let's just hope. Let's just hope and pray, man. Because it is a little fishy, it seems, that there's like a big gap for some of these places. You know? Columbus, Ohio, Franklin County. I don't know if I can search that specific, but we did Columbus, Ohio, I think, or no. We did Columbus somewhere else. I don't know. Why you guys got some of the places all named the same? Reusing it. Let me try. Oh, no. Columbus, oh, where am I going? It was Georgia. Columbus, Georgia we just did, I think. Or something. I don't know. Or I'm getting tired. That's okay, though. We're still here. Yep. Some pretty recent ones, yeah. Couple on the 19th. Oh, no, that's siblings. So that sometimes you wonder if maybe it's just a custody thing, a custody dispute kind of thing. But you never know, man. You just never know. Aw, little kids. Yeah, there's been a lot of, there's been a lot of busts. I've been seeing a lot of busts in and around Florida. A lot of stuff going on. So I'm hoping that that's why. But who knows? You know, just New Jersey. I think we did New Jersey. Maybe not overall though. Oh wait, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, we did New Jersey. But you guys can do it too. Like, if you guys want to look closer in a place that's near you, the missing kids link. Here, I'm going to just, or actually, Angel, if you'd like, if you can grab the missing kids link from the description, because I'd have to go around the other way to grab it. I'm in the studio live thing. So to go, I'd have to go around, but if you've got it handier, if you can grab it, would be awesome. I would super appreciate. You've been doing such a great job, so I'm kind of like, well, this is your job now. I hope that's okay. Hope that's not too presumptuous of me, or I'm not. Or I'm sorry if I'm putting you in the spot. If you don't want to, if it's not that handy for you, because if you're on your phone or something too, maybe it's not as handy either. I can go grab it. Yeah, here, I'll just go grab it. I'll just have to, hold on. Gotta go find it. Find myself. There we go. I'm lagging. Why are you lagging? Come on, computer. You can do it. I believe in you. Okay, here we go. Oh, no, hold on. Oh, it's because it fills. That's annoying. Okay, no, I'll have to grab it. Hold on. That's it. It probably won't let you grab the proper one because it'll have like the YouTube blah blah blah, and it'll be too many characters to fit. I'm gonna I'm gonna post it and then I'm gonna pin it. There we go. Bob's your uncle. There, so you guys can go there and it'll take you to the main page where you guys can type in whatever you want. You can like I was saying too, you can restrict it for younger kids, like in the main state area if you want to focus on that, like whatever way you want to focus. Oh, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I guess there's a delay too, but I went to go grab it and it was giving me like a weird link, so I didn't know if that's what it was going to give you and make it more of a pain in the ass for you, so I felt bad. But we got it. We both, as long as you got it though too, you can, like, if somebody's asking or whatever, you can post it. Whatever later for next time. I don't know. Sorry. We gotta buy each other a Coke now. It's like Jinx buy me a Coke or whatever, because we both pretty much posted at the same time there. Connecticut. Yeah, okay. I know about Connecticut. You know, that's Connecticut's, I have a weird thing to tell, or it's not weird, but there was a weird thing I noticed about Connecticut, how the place where they have Yale is really, really hurting. Like, they have this, like, Ivy League school, but then, like, the town around it is a little hurting. a little rough around the edges, you know. Like, you'd think that they would put more effort into like keeping it, you know, like the crime and stuff, you know, or the not that it's, I'm not trying to say that it's bad, or like, I'm not trying to talk shit about it. I was surprised because from what I know, being a Canadian, of these different like Ivy League schools and the way they make it sound and the way it looks on TV, I guess you could say, you just don't expect it to have the ghetto areas, you know, when you're coming into town. It's like, oh wow, you know, but I guess with any town you're gonna have rough areas, and that's just what it is. But I guess I just expected it to be more like the movies. I don't know. Oh, you're all good. I think there's a delay too, and like, I just wasn't sure if it was going to give you like the actual link or try to give you like the full, like through YouTube thing. Oh, but yeah. Any other places you guys want me to search? Or you think we're about ready to call it for tonight? It is getting pretty late, and you guys have been sticking it out for a good long time. Like, and especially for those of you guys that have been here since the pre-virtual March. You guys have been holding out. Like everybody gets a round of applause. Like, Angel, you've been holding out the whole time with us here and helping out. So big ups to you. And I see a lot of you guys who've been here since the pre-virtual March. Like, that's dedication and a half. Like, we put on that was a full-time job today. We put in for the kids, so I think we did all right. We did good. So I think we can probably start winding it down if you guys want. If not, I might just take another couple minutes so I can use the facilities and get a refill on the beverage here. But I think this was a good way to end it off, though, too. I think that was a nice, well-rounded stream, and then for tomorrow we'll go deeper in a different direction. I'll think of some different ways, different things. I'll prepare some stuff. Now that I got the stream thing all set up, like today I was kind of doing a bit of both, trying to get it prepped and everything ready and get back in the swing of it too. It'd been a while, like I said, since I'd done a live. Yeah, and like I said too, there's links to Allie's stuff, so hopefully we catch her again the next day or so. I'm sure there'll be some update from her. That she'll be doing something. I think it's like this is her weekend to take a break, though, really, to be honest. Like, if ever there was a time, like, she's got everybody doing it for this weekend for a change, and she can take a day off, you know what I mean? It's her weekend of rest. Well, you know, Ventura, that's the questions we should be asking. That's the right questions. That's something, you know, start positioning that to people in power near you. Like, hey, I see that there's 10 kids missing near me. What's going on? I didn't get any Amber Alert. You know, if people start calling in and pointing the stuff out, you know, like I said earlier too, that it's the squeaky wheel that gets the grease. You got your notifications set. Probably same time. I'm not gonna there won't be like the pre-premiere thing, because that was just more, I don't know, for today to get everybody set and ready for the start of the virtual March. But I think, like, we all know what's going on and everybody's on the same page, so probably around 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. So it'll be same time that it was today. But I'll set it up. As soon as this is over, I can set up the same thing. It's pretty quick and easy, so I'll set it up and set the time for tomorrow, and then when you guys see it, it'll tell you what what time it is for you in your time zone. Is the easiest way to do it. So if you stick around for a couple minutes when I end the stream, and then check the channel page, it'll be up, and then you can click notify me, and it'll keep you posted. Hosting all day, awesome. I'm so sick to see most people I know don't even. Well, and you know, that's it though. That's what it is. That's what a lot of this struggle is for people that have been trying to do it for a long time. You know, with Allie been going 5 years. You know, it's hard, and maybe, like I said earlier, you know, maybe people don't seem to care. They're like they don't do much with it, or they're not really taking notice, and that is what it is. But again, if one person takes notice, if, you know, one person, you make a change and they wake up too, like, it's like pay it forward, you know, one change, and then one person changes another person, and it goes down the line, you know. So for the couple hundred of you guys that have been in here, if all of you guys are getting one person, that's way more than it was today. Right? Stay in touch and communicate. Well, I've got that Telegram group, the Eyes Wide Open Telegram group, and I think I'm going to set up like a chat tab for it. Like the main one, it'll be like the main news that I'll post to it, that like you can't chat in that main section, but it'll have a section. I'll set up a chat section, I guess, if you guys want. I just haven't really done much with it. I've been posting just some stuff in there that's like relevant to stuff that I talk about, but that I can't necessarily share on YouTube or whatever, right? Like PDFs and stuff too, like different images, files, whatever stuff. That's just want to put it out there, right? So if you guys want to follow that, it's Eyes Wide Open in the is the Telegram group in there, and then Allie's Telegram. Jeez, I'm like tripping over my words now. I'm getting tired. Told you. Allie's Telegram group's in there. Mine's in there. There's more resources in there to check out as well. It's all in the description, Zero. But yeah, I don't know, maybe I'll stick around for another couple minutes here. Maybe, like I said, I'll maybe take another 2 minutes, quick little break, and we can search a couple more places if you guys want. But I think we done good. We done good for today. It's still not too late for me, so I don't mind sticking it out for another couple minutes. But if you guys need to get to bed, I'm not gonna hold it against you. But yeah, you guys can send me stuff on there too. Oh, and I was supposed to check my freaking Twitter. I got on there and there was some other notification things that threw me off. I was just like, oh, I don't need that right now, and then I put my phone down. Oh, here we go. They're gonna go on a oh, I just saw it. Sorry, I missed it. I went to check it earlier too, and then I got thrown off. But yeah, they're gonna gonna be on the stalking now. That's cool. We're gonna run a campaign against people just trying to raise awareness for the kids. That's nice. That's nice of them. Goes to show their heart's in the right place. Alright, yeah, so if you guys suggest a couple other places if you want to look, or if you guys are looking and you want to share some info, or Eyes Wide Open. Yeah, Eyes Wide Shut, kind of. It's based on that, but Eyes Wide Open, it's in the description. But yeah, if you guys, yeah, like I said, I'll take a moment. You're going to pick up where I left off? You're ready to go on a live stream? Awesome. That's awesome, Zero Infinity. So maybe, yeah, I'll take just another couple minutes, and we'll circle back, and then we'll chit-chat for another moment or two, and then we'll call it, and then it sounds like Zero Infinity and beyond is going to take over. So that's cool. That's great. I'm glad you guys are getting so into, like, the participation side of it, too, and doing the posting. And I'm loving seeing all the shields. That's nice, too, with the candles, the shields, everything you guys are doing to show your support. It's awesome. It's been awesome. I'm honestly, it was better than it turned out better than I thought. Like, there was a lot more participation and more people showed up and came out for this than I thought that we would see, especially after everything this week, like everybody being messy about the whole thing this week and trying to throw off the event, you know. So it seems like the power of us all together, it's still strong, and that's great. It's awesome. But all right, no problem. I'm gonna take just a couple minutes, and then we'll chit chat for another couple minutes, and then yeah, sounds good. All right, I'll be just another, like I said, a couple minutes. I'll circle back, and then if you guys want to drop in the chat other places to look, feel free. If you have any other questions, comments, concerns, drop them in the chat, and I will get to them when I get back.
In the alleyways where light ain't found, where hope is lost and sorrows drown, you hear the whispers of a stolen youth, lost in the shadows, searching for truth. Eyes that glimmer with tearful gleam, dreams to nightmares in a cruel regime. Innocence shattered, taken without trace. In the heart of darkness, their souls displaced. Cry for the missing voices in the night. Children's echoes fade out of sight. We hold the light to banish the deep, for broken dreams and those who weep. Stolen laughter haunts the empty streets, innocent lives lost in deceit. But we'll keep searching through the night, till dawn brings the lost ones back to light. Eyes that glimmer with tearful gleam, dreams to nightmares in a cruel regime. Innocence shattered, taken without trace. In the heart of darkness, their souls displaced. Cry for the missing voices in the night. Children's echoes fade out of sight. We hold the light to banish the deep, for broken dreams and those who weep. Stolen laughter haunts the empty streets, innocent lives lost in deceit. But we'll keep searching through the night, till dawn brings the lost ones back to light. Silence echoes in the still of the dawn, while helpless hands still reach out and fawn. We raise our voices strong and clear, for every child lost in fear. Cry for the missing voices in the night. Children's echoes fade out of sight. We hold the light to banish the deep, for broken dreams and those who weep.
Empty swings in a vacant park, echoes whisper from the dark. Little footsteps left untread, love is gone in words unsaid. Posters line the crowded streets, faces that will never meet. Eyes that haunt entire dreams, silent cries and muted screams. Where did you go, my gentle light? Lost in shadows of the night. Hearts are breaking, lost in time, missing souls that never chime. Ghosts in tow, fragile hearts feel every blow. Hope is fading in the dawn, waiting for the lost to come. By everywhere. Bright and young, yet so alone. Bring them safely back to home. Where did you go, my gentle light? Lost in shadows of the night. Hearts are breaking, lost in time. Missing souls that never chime.
In the lanes of forgotten dreams, voices echo and silent screams. Children lost in endless dreams, innocence torn at the seams. Where have the young dreams gone? Innocent shadows drawn. We wait for the light of dawn, but the silence lingers on. Faces on posters fade, memories in secret betrayed. Hopes in dark alleys laid, unseen tears daily paid. Where have the young dreams gone? Innocent shadows drawn. We wait for the light of dawn, but the silence lingers on. Can we find the light once more? Bring them back from distant shores. Heal the hearts that life tore. Open doors they've shut before. Where have the young dreams gone? Innocent shadows drawn. We wait for the light of dawn, but the silence lingers on. Where have the young dreams gone? Innocent shadows drawn. We wait for the light of dawn, but the silence lingers on.
Yeah, holy yay. That was a good day. We did good today, guys. Almost 500 likes. That's pretty amazing for how things started out with, this week and everybody being harsh about it and going against it and trying to take it down. And sounds like they're getting ready to launch an attack against me too, which that's pretty cool. That's pretty fun. But we'll show them we're a united front and just keep pushing. And it's okay if we don't make it to 500. That's all right. We don't need to push for it. I think just if people feel so inclined to do so, then that's really great. But I'm not, I don't want to have to push for it. I think if people want to like it, then that's the better way to do it anyway, you know? But I appreciate you. I know you're doing a great job. You're doing good. But yeah, no, if they're, I don't know, I did make some other variations for thumbnails anyway, so I might change up the thumbnail for this. It's basically going to be the same, but like with kids, so it's not really, like if they do want to try to attack that, it just makes them look even more silly, you know, because it's not really about Allie. It's Allie had suggested us to do this, but it is about the kids, you know, and I get, you know, you guys want to show support to Allie too with the Allie's Army stuff, but I think that's part of what's going to make them want to try to attack us, you know, so I think if we just stay more focused mainly on the kids and, just like I said, stay that a united front and just keep our focus linear, you know, keep it whatever the word is, just staying focused on the children. You know, I think it's probably the best thing, because if they are going to start trying to launch attacks now coming my way, I already got enough going on. I already got enough attacks and different things, and for certain topics I've covered in the past, and just, you know, I got enough of my own things already, you know. I don't know, we don't need to invite any other negativity. We don't need to invite more bullshit that can be distracting it and, you know, throwing us off track here. So I'll probably switch up the thumbnail. I've got a couple variations that I put together, so I'll switch it up. But I want Allie to know we're here supporting her message. I guess she knows, though, if we're out here doing the thing. She sees what everybody's doing. And, you know, we're out here with a good heart and good intentions, and if people want to try and attack that, that just shows how sick they are. It's really nothing to do with Allie, even at the end of the day. You know, she's sparked this, and she's started the momentum, you know, built the momentum and got the snowball rolling. But we'll kind of lead by her example of just keep it focused. We don't need to have that cross contamination of evil people trying to throw a wrench in a good cause, which is so screwed up. Like, I don't know how people can feel okay about themselves when literally the message at the end of the day is just focus on the kids. Just do something about the kids. Why is it, you know, like, why is that even a problem for anybody? Like, that's why it's funny, you know. This is where, again, like, maybe I'm getting more of even the full frontal view of what Allie deals with all the time too, right? Like, no wonder it's almost, you gotta laugh. Like, what the heck with people? What is wrong with people, you know? But that's what it is. It's the same world that, you know, is snatching up these kids and doing awful things to them. So is it that surprising either? Not really, you know? It just is what it is. Yeah. But yeah, we did good. You guys did good. We all did great. We did a good, long, hard push all day here, pretty much. Almost put in as many hours as those trying to form weapons against us, you know. So, we'll come back tomorrow, like I said, around the same time. But if you stick around just for another couple minutes afterwards, and then you go to the channel page, I'll set up the next stream right away, so then you guys know exactly what time, based on your time zone. It'll be 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for me, but when it's set up, it'll show you guys exactly what time for you, and then you can also click to be notified and all that jazz. You guys know what to do. You know how YouTube works. And Zero Infinity, it sounds like Zero Infinity is going to pick up where I left off here, all ready to go. I hope you're not, I don't know. I'm wondering now if it's like I'm going to give this guy, I'm like, yeah, go over there after, but I don't know I don't know. Hopefully it's not one of these people trying to sabotage the situation, but it sounds like no. I think Zero's been around here for enough and has got their heart in the right place, so I trust that they're going to do something good for us, and I'll pop by and hang out for a little bit. Yeah, if you want to get it going, and then people can check it out and get open the page or whatever before we leave off here or whichever. But I'll pop by and check it out for a bit. But definitely, like, it's been a long week, and I'm going to be at this again tomorrow, and I do want to wake up in a good time and get some more work done on the JonBenet video before I jump on again. So, yeah, I think we're just about going to call it. We are super close to that 500 though. Like that's, if we could end it on 500, I wouldn't hate that. But again, like I don't want to be the guy. I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be pushing for stuff that people don't want to do. But that's awesome. I think that's really great. I think that shows like so much about what we're doing here. And again, like I said, like that we're a united front, and we're not going to be swayed or deterred from the main message here, no matter what these clown shoes got to say. It's a pair of clown shoes, literally, because it's the two of them. And they're pretty upset, I guess, that I didn't want to join their little fucking crusade. Pardon my language again, but they were so pumped. The one guy was so pumped when I showed up, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I know you. Yeah, you just don't know. You just don't know what's going on. Let me tell you all the drama." And I just chirped him out a bunch, and then kept telling everybody, just focus on the children. All she wants to talk about the children. We're doing a virtual, I just did my thing, right? So I think they're not too happy about that. And it's like, that's what they want to retaliate against, is because I don't want to be part of their silliness, Oh, right on, guys. You did it. Awesome. Thank you. Cool. For the kids, man. For the kids. Like, it just helps. It's going to just help push it out more to other people. That's really it. Like, it helps the algorithm and all that, and, like, get it to more eyeballs is really it. Like, I don't need the likes. I don't care. It's not for me. I don't give a shit. It's not about me. It's not about Ali. It's not about fucking anybody. Pardon again my language, but it's about the damn kids. So thank you guys for showing the support. Thank you for all the shields. Like, all of it matters. Like I was saying earlier, every drop in the ocean of influence counts. It's awesome. You're number 500, Lisa. Awesome. Well, thank you for joining. You came in at the right time. We're just about closing her down here, I think. So for you guys just joining now, I apologize. But it is getting late, and it's going to be up again tomorrow. We're going to have another big, long day tomorrow. So I appreciate yous, and I hope to see a lot of the same folks back tomorrow. And if you can't make it, that's okay too. I totally understand. We all got stuff to do too. I'm sure, kids and whatever, and house stuff and whatever. And you made it back, Lindsay. Good to see you. Yep, we're still rocking and rolling here. But yeah, we are just about to shut her down. But like I said, we'll put up the next one. I'll schedule it right after this, so then you guys can click on, and yeah, we'll do a different thing. It'll be same obviously, same overall topic, but I'll have a different little presentation for us tomorrow, and giving you little doses of red pills so that it's not too much at once, because I think that's part of it, is sometimes people want to really push it, like, oh, this is what's happening and it's craziness, and it can be a lot. It can be overwhelming all at once. So everybody, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate you guys. Like, on behalf of the children, may the universe smile down upon each and every one of you. May this start the wave of the change that we all want to see. You know what I mean? I think, and I think you guys, you got a bit of homework. I think that's going to start a little bit of something. We're starting something here today. That's not even the point. That's not even here or there. But thank you for showing us exactly why we're going to keep doing this. To that whatever person. Anyways, yeah, so we'll be keeping on this, and keep spreading awareness, and you guys do what you're going to do too in between with the posts. Start checking out, like I said, the Missing Kids website, and doing something. If we're all doing something, it's gonna be good. So with that said, you guys have yourselves a good night. Stay safe. Don't get caught up in all the drama. Try not to let it get to you. It can be easy to get caught up in it, but use that energy just to focus on the children. Don't worry about what other people are saying. Don't even bother with their streams. If they're negative Nancy's. It's all for attention. People want attention and to distract, and it's just silliness. It's not gonna help nobody. So with that said, I hope you all have a wonderful evening. Enjoy the rest of your Friday night, or whatever day it is for you guys. Some of you guys might already be Saturday. Yeah, maybe we'll talk about that. Maybe we'll talk about the kids that go missing after the disasters, and to keep our eye on this fire situation, because that's also a thing for sure. But definitely try to have a good sleep in spite of the darkness that we covered tonight. Come back tomorrow with full energy. So yeah, make sure I don't know. I don't know what else to say. I guess that's it. I guess I'll catch you on the flip side.